What would you say to the people who maybe are on the receiving end of the obsession?
I think you've got to be a part of it yourself and experience the ins and outs of the day to day, rather than just when the person comes home and they've had a bad day.
I think that's true in anything that you do. You know, marketing or fitness or writing or driving or whatever the skill is that you're trying to build, with consistency and with showing up when it's harder is when it will work. I think what you touched on there is a really common misconception in marketing.
I'm not a fan of it. I'd much prefer the in-person world.
So if you were going to speak to either yourself or someone 10 years your junior, what advice would you give them?
So I'd say take the risk, take it sooner. I waited too long. So I left it and I left it and I left it, and then I went, okay, I am going to do this now.
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, evening, or night. Today, we're filming a brand new podcast, as you were seeing, with Matt from Involved Health. Thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure, Carlton. Thanks very much for having me.
No, you're very well. Good to be back. For those who don't know you, Matt, how did you get to sit in front of me today?
I'm sat in front of you today because I've sat in front of you before. We've done some work together before. You've helped with some of my social media marketing. And we had a few of my clients come in and do some testimonial work. So, and obviously I've seen your work with other businesses and other people in and around Salisbury. So, yeah, it's nice to have you back here again.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we'll get onto that a bit more in depth later, but how did you, because you're obviously have you always been passionate about like helping people with personal training and fitness as a whole? Yeah. Like, how did you get into this industry?
If I think back far enough, the origin story is I loved sport, I loved fitness, I loved playing sport and being involved in fitness and health related activities. I was absolutely rubbish at everything else. So that it was like, how can I make what I enjoy and what I'm half decent at into potentially a job further down the line? So left school, went to college, pissed about in college and sort of experimented in a few different sport and health related activities. And then through pure chance, I ended up working at the University of Bath, sports training village and sports setup that they had at the time. That was back in 1996, I think it was, 1997. So I'd have been about 17 years old, showing my age now. Started off there. Ended up living there on campus in a sports house with the Great Britain Olympic swim team, and being part of that campus and being involved in the university gave me a massive exposure to high performance sports, a lot of different athletes from a lot of different sports and disciplines. So I got to see how elite level athletes were trained, how they lived, how they recovered. I got to understand what operating a sports facility was all about. Part of my role was making sure that the gym was in operational order, looking after swimming pools, you know, all sorts of different stuff, athletics tracks. So I had quite a broad education, if you like, being at a university, into how that world works, and it just snowballed from there, really.
Was there or is there, should I say, because there's obviously still athletes who are around that you may train and work with, you know, but is there a kind of commonality in respect to the mindset? Because I think athletes and high performance people, I think there is some standard traits. Maybe it's like the cliche, wake up at 5 a.m. kind of morning routine stuff, or it's actually their mindset as a whole, would you say?
I mean, I couldn't comment for everybody because everyone's got their way of doing things, but I think there's dedication, there's discipline, sometimes obsession, and I think all of those things are quite interesting to me. I feel like I'm a relatively driven person. I work hard. I put in a lot of work over the years in the industry and with this business in particular. Some would say potentially sometimes I might be a little bit obsessed, but I think that's a good thing. But you certainly
that's necessary for high achievers?
Yeah, yeah, you can't be a high achiever and not be obsessed. You have to throw yourself into whatever it is you're wanting to do or build or grow or be a part of, and if you're going to deliver a highly successful business or an environment, depending on what aspect you're working in, I think you have to be obsessed. I don't think it works if you don't. Not at that level, anyway.
What would you say to people who maybe are on the receiving end of the obsession, right? So maybe they're with someone, their partner, their mother, etc. Like maybe when they're starting out and it's their parents, or maybe as it develops into a full-fledged business, what kind of can that support person do? Because I think for obsessed people who are very driven, like we get it, but sometimes that they don't get the attention or the thought process when it comes to, I wouldn't say how to deal with an obsessed person, but how to support that's a person in that respect. Of course, in your own experience.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I'm not a parent. I don't have any children. But what I do know from the backgrounds I've worked in is sometimes the obsession starts from the parents, and the kids or young people are pushed into something, and the parents, I mean, you know, when people used to say pushy parents, I think actually sometimes those parents are just obsessed with creating an environment for their kid to thrive, and sometimes that's awesome, and sometimes it can be, you know, sometimes terrible. So in terms of how to support someone who is obsessed in trying to deliver high performance, tricky one. I think you've got to be a part of it yourself and experience the ins and outs of the day to day, rather than just when the person comes home and they've had a bad day and they,
Is
use the phrase
uncomfortability
kick
and
the cat
stress
almost.
that kind of comes from that? Is that normal though, for a high achiever? Is that a sign or a byproduct of them being high achieving?
Stress.
Yeah, like so from a partner's point of view, or etc. You know, like in that respect.
I think there's elements of stress for sure. They will be stressed about delivering an outcome on a performance. You know, if they're trying to compete, they want to win. They're stressed in the build up to a competition, can be stressed at the competition. And then there's the stress if the competition doesn't go so well. So yeah, stress definitely plays a part. Obviously, I've not competed myself at a high level. I've experienced and lived around those that have, and more often than not, I think the stress is a positive, like the person has responded to it. But I definitely saw a couple of occasions where maybe it didn't.
And obviously, maybe with high achievers, and especially in athletes, they maybe get knocked or they have an injury or equivalent. I know you do some, support in that realm. I mean, how was that kind of a byproduct of what ended up happening as you were learning more about training? And
yeah, the manual therapy side of things has come in relatively late in my health and fitness and therapy career. Initially, it was fitness-based provision, be it circuit training. Back in the day, it was circuit training classes. Then I got more and more into the personal training side of things. And the therapy aspect for me has probably been the last 10 or so years, 10 to 15 years, I reckon. Whereas I've been in the fitness and PT industry for I've forgotten how old I am, 24, 25 years. So yeah, pretty much since I walked through the doors at Bath University, I've been involved in fitness since, and that's changed, throughout the years. Therapy's become a big part of that.
I guess, how was it a natural progression from, so you train people and maybe they have injuries, and then you saw it as like, actually I can help people here with X injury or Y injury to actually help them with their recovery to get back and train as hard as they actually maybe want to mentally.
Yeah, I mean,
but
certainly
their body isn't there yet.
Yeah, it was a combination of things really. One, I started to listen to most of my clientele is Gen Pop, so general population. So it could be business executives, stay-at-home mums, or dads, doesn't matter. But it's across the board, probably age 25, 30 plus, up to my oldest client's 94. So they would always mention niggles and aches and pains. And it was like, right, how can I train around it? How can I train through it? And then I was like, hang on a minute, why don't I just try and help them deal with it more directly? And because of the nature of my client base, the need to be able to do therapy work was becoming more and more clear to me. So I'd say around about 15 years ago, I really started to delve into the therapy side of things. And 15 years later, that's probably a fairly significant part of Evolve's business now.
Do you think that's one of the things that makes you unique in comparison to, say, another personal trainer, another gym, another etc.?
I think when I first came to Salisbury, for those that don't know, I didn't grow up in Salisbury. I wasn't born here. An opportunity came, where are we now? Probably around 2014, 2015 maybe, to start getting involved here in Salisbury. So what I realised through that is a lot of places had personal trainers. There were some gyms around. Sadly, there are fewer gyms around at the moment. That's another story. And I realised that nobody was really creating an environment where it was seamless. So you could be down here in the gym, maybe having a therapy type workout. You could be upstairs on the treatment table. You might have ligament damage that needs hands-on treatment and things like that. So the ability to put the two things together is really, really important, because as a professional then, I can manage and help the client through a myriad of different options. So I can be involved in their fitness training, I can be involved in their therapy work, I can guide them on their stretching and flexibility, and it all has a carryover. It's better for the client because you've got one set of eyes keeping an eye on things. I'm not saying I can be all things to all people, but it does assist. But also from a finance perspective from the client, you know, if you have 1 or 2 PT sessions a week, then you've got to go to an osteopath, then you go somewhere else for a massage. Most people know what these things cost these days. That's serious money on a weekly basis. Whereas within a visit to here, they can have a PT session. They might need just a few minutes of hands-on work or some help with a stretch. And they've spent a fraction of what they would spend if they had 4 or 5 different professionals helping them. So it's almost trying to create a multidisciplinary environment, but the one person is delivering that multidiscipline.
I think for me, like, that's maybe the unique selling proposition of what you do, but it allows that synergy. So if there is an injury that happens, either unfortunately with during training or like outside of training, and then when they come into training, then it can be maybe tackled like faster or potentially better, you know, in that respect. But do you think, I mean, I guess then, the next question I was going to go into was like how consistent or like how focused should the average person be on fitness? Because I think as a whole, it's always been a part of my life, but I think maybe I'm unique. I mean, we're looking at, like, I don't know the figures off the top of my head, but the numbers are like constantly changing, constantly adapting, and I don't think for the better in respect to obesity and other such concerns in that respect. And I think, is it a shift? Is there like from what you're saying, or is it still maybe it's upper middle class? Is the people who can afford it? It's, you know what I mean? Is it because from my perspective, it was always quite snobby. Oh, you work out. Is that it was always that for a long time?
I think what's changed is the media. So you look at anything in life now, the media get their claws into it, and that can be good or bad. There's definitely an increasing problem of lack of physical activity in schools. I can remember when I went to I can just about remember when I went to school, primary school and secondary school. I was lucky. I had great PE teachers. I enjoyed sport, and the provision was there to do it, and we did it for a few hours a week. But talking to clients now who've got kids in certain schools, and they barely get an hour a week of like taught physical education or the chance to just explore different sports. And I think these days, a lot of that seems to be happening outside of school. And then it becomes choice. Then it becomes, can the parent potentially afford it? If you're in a school environment, it's kind of delivered for you, to you. But to have to choose to go out and take part in a sport, it's not just the kids' choice, it's parents going, I work 3 jobs, I can't take you to wherever you need to be 3 times a week, or I can't afford for you potentially to have all the kit you need. I saw some kids walking along, I'm pretty sure it was hockey, and the stuff over their shoulders and what they were carrying and what they were wearing, I'm thinking, if you've got 2 or 3 kids, that is costing you some serious money. So the chances are you are in a slightly higher class. I don't like this class differential that people have, but yeah, it's definitely a problem. And I think, you know, I understand from my perspective what I charge for the work that I do is reasonable, and it certainly isn't affordable to the masses.
Do you think the key is the educational piece then? Even if it's just like having resources or having more people talk about bodyweight workouts, calisthenics, etc.
I think it's good to get the message out there that exercise is good for you, and sitting on your backside all day eating, you know, chips and whatever else is probably not very good for you. But I think the key thing is the provision of facilities that are free and accessible to anybody. These parks now where they're starting to put exercise equipment and like bars that you can do pull-ups or hang from and stuff like that, they're awesome, and we need more of those, but we also need people to understand how to use them. So we probably need to find some sort of community scheme where people who are big on calisthenics and outdoor workouts and almost like parkour and stuff like that, if you've got people like that who are helping kids from quite a young age get into that, then there's probably going to be a natural progression as the child gets older to, I want to carry on doing stuff like this, I want to go to the gym, I want to play in a team, or I want to partake in an individual sport, but I'm prepared to put in the work to do it. These are all the things we need. They're not being provided, not at the level they need to be. I'm quite lucky, I'm fairly well travelled, and a lot of places you go to places and they've got outdoor, again, environment comes into it, climate, things like that. But even countries where the climate's a lot like ours, they've got outdoor parks, they've got outdoor physical activity. We're a long way behind in this country in certain areas, and that needs to change, and fast.
Do you think, like, because for me, it's like, number one, it's a priorities thing. Number two, it's a mindset thing. Like, there's one thing having the education. Once you've got the education, you've then got to have I'm really busy, but I need to do it anyway, right? Because I look at it from a perspective of, I'm very fortunate where I'm younger and I've had a level of fitness in my life for a very long time. But I understand that if I want to continue to be able to do the job I do, I need to be in better physical condition than... So I can continue to do it for 10, 15 years.
Absolutely, but what I'd say to that is, if you get the exposure from a young age, and it's a positive exposure, not, I hated PE, they made me do PE in my pants and socks or whatever. I can remember, back in the days when I was at school, if you forgot your gym kit, it was plimp soles and pants and socks and off you go. There's no way that's happening now. It wouldn't be allowed. It's if you expose somebody to a positive health and fitness related activity from a young age, and you can do that consistently for a while, then the likelihood is you don't have to worry about mindset, motivation and things. It's almost inherently in there, ready to go. There will be people who went to school and hated PE and hated exercise who have grown out of that, and some will have gone, actually, I need to look after myself and my health because I've got a family now. And there'll be other people who go, well, I hated it at school and I hate it now. And we've got to get those people back then.
If you were going to give advice to maybe those people who hated it at school, who maybe haven't done what they should have done, maybe they know they're not, like, because I don't think you say to anyone who's like not in good shape, I don't think helping the problem is, haha, look, you're fat, or
oh God, no.
That's not, that's because they know. It's not like they see themselves
sometimes
every day,
sometimes you've got to have hard conversations. Part of my job as a personal trainer is sometimes you have to have very difficult conversations with people, and in the best way possible, you're trying to explain to them that the situation they're in is not a healthy one, it's not a good one, and there's a desperate need to change. In terms of mass information, I think you've just got to say to people, like, hands up if you want to die young. Not many people are going to chuck their hands up.
Yes, please, Matt.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? You know, I can't speak for everybody, but most people are going to, well, of course I don't. Who wants to live as healthy and as long as possible? Probably most people.
Yes, please, Matt.
Yeah, exactly. So if we can say to people, look, there's still time for things to change, for you to have those positive experiences, and ultimately it's going to massively benefit you. Some of the hardest conversations I've had to have with clients. I remember one guy. I'm still in touch with him now. This is when I used to PT back in Bath. I literally had to sit down and say to him, I know his daughter had got stuck into him. She was not far away from graduating university, had been involved in a relatively long-term relationship, and there was a wedding on the cards. And this particular chap, the girl's father, was not in a good way. Very successful, but very highly stressed executive. He owned a very particular international business, and he was flying all over the world, you know, airports, long hours, eating all the wrong foods, a lot of client hospitality, so a lot of drinking, and he'd got himself into a real mess. And he'd had a heart attack. And the daughter had sort of said to him, look, if you want to A, see me graduate, and B, see me get married, you need to sort yourself out because you're going to die soon. And I think when it comes, you know, if you're a father, I can imagine your daughter looking at you and saying that's got to be a gut punch. So he came to me and he said, Matt, you know, I need you to help me. And we did a lot of good work. And that was 10, 12 years, probably even 15 years ago. And even now, he's still out running half marathons, going out for big bike rides. It completely changed him. But he said to me, the turning point was his daughter saying those things to him. If he'd read that in a magazine, he said I probably wouldn't have taken a blind bit of notice. But he said, you know, my one and only daughter says that to me, and she's like got tears in her eyes. It's like, I won't use exactly what he said, but he had to sort himself out. So yeah, sometimes you've got to be fairly hard on people, and other times it's how you create a different message or a different environment that might encourage people to get involved.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think even just through that message, I think I don't want to use the term wake some people up, but hopefully you'll wake some people up to maybe, I mean, my next question was going to be around like age, and I think the science is semi-conclusive, and you probably did confirm or deny, but like for me, as far as I look at it, like the healthier you are in your 20s, the better your 30s, and so on, right? But there is a point where it becomes harder, but I think that could be perceived as, well, I'm not going to bother then. Is it that, or is it actually you just?
I mean, there's no doubt that as you get older, things get slightly more difficult to do.
Yeah.
Within reason, it doesn't have to be that way, and it isn't just a linear decline. You know, you were fine in your 20s, not so much in your 30s. 40s are getting bad. 50s onwards, you're bollocks. That's not true. Obviously, if you haven't done anything for a long time, and then you come into a gym environment or a fitness environment, maybe you take up running, you're going to find those things slightly more difficult, slightly more comfortable at first. And if people tell you it's all going to be easy and sunshine and rainbows, you know, no, it's not. And you have to be honest with people about that and set the right expectations. So part of any personal trainer's job, but certainly how I look at it is, you have to set expectations. Sometimes you have to put a limitation in place, because sometimes people attack it too hard and they can do themselves damage. And sometimes they can attack it so strongly that it actually becomes less healthy. So it's striking a balance, pretty much like everything in life, really. You want to try and find balance where you can, knowing full well that the perfect balance is not achievable, I don't think, for anything. Sometimes you've got to be a little bit obsessed, like I said earlier. Sometimes you have to rein it in a little bit. But it's just finding that balance and working with the person. And it's building a relationship. So it's not just turn up through these doors and go, hey, Matt, just bark at me or tell me what to do. You have to build a relationship. There's an element of trust both ways. the client needs to trust that I'll provide them with safe and effective exercise or safe and effective therapy treatment. And I need to trust that when they leave here, they're not going away and doing 10 times more stuff that maybe they shouldn't be doing, or their lifestyle is bad because they go, I can offset it by going to see Matt, so I can carry on drinking heavily and eating all the wrong food. So it's a relationship, and the relationship's built on trust, and that trust comes with me establishing at the start of the process what are their expectations of me and what I expect from them, and it does go both ways. So that's crucial, I think.
Do you think some people struggle the long-term mindset of the results? Because fitness is, from how I look at it anyway, it's a compounding thing. Like once you're consistently doing it repeatedly, then the results will compound. But there is, like, I would say probably a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months where you maybe don't see, it's the question analogy of you go to the gym, you do a thing, nothing changes. You go the next day, you do the same thing again, nothing changes. But there is a day
where it does start
where there's a change.
Yeah. It's consistency. I can write the best fitness program, the best strength program, the best flexibility program for somebody. But if they're not consistent, they won't get the result. It doesn't matter how good one session is, it matters how good 20 sessions are. So most of my clients have been coming to see me for years. I mean, I've still got clients who are training with me now that we've opened the doors to 12 years ago when we first opened, and they're still training with me now. That's consistency. And they very rarely miss, they have the occasional family holiday. We tend to wind down a bit at Christmas as a business and let people go and have a good time and then attack it again in January. But the overall key is consistency. It doesn't matter what one session's like, it matters what 25 sessions are like and whether they are relatively close together. If you do 25 great training sessions but it's spread across 15 years, it's not going to work. But if you're consistent more in week in, week out terms, then ultimately you will be successful.
Is that why you would say sometimes, even when on the hard days, like how I look at it is if I can show up on the really hard days where I'm really busy, really tired, etc. Not like really tired as in exhausted.
Yeah,
like, I've shown up. It's not the best workout, but it's still a workout.
Yeah.
And it's building that momentum. Or would you say that you need to then focus on recovery there?
You find out most about people when they're having their bad days in any shape of life, or any walk of life. But in terms of training, I get people to walk through the door. I haven't got very many skills, but I'm pretty good at reading people. And one of my things as a personal trainer is or a therapist, when somebody walks through the door, I can tell pretty quickly if they're having a shit day. So then you have to say, right, well, the person still turned up, so that's a win. So how do I structure the session now to make sure they go away feeling like they've had a win? And any personal trainer will tell you this, any personal trainer. The number of times someone will say, I didn't feel like coming today, I've had a shit day, but I've finished now and I feel much better for it. Every PT's had that conversation, or every PT's had that text message or WhatsApp message, whatever it happens to be. And that's crucial, like the ability to read the room, if you like, read the person, and still deliver a session and try and give them that encouragement and that consistency, even on the not so good days. That's when you get really good results for people. And if there are PTs watching this, then they're all going to be nodding their head to that. There's not one that won't be.
I think that's true in anything that you do, marketing or fitness or writing or driving or whatever the skill is that you're trying to build. I think that's with consistency and with showing up when it's harder is when it will work. But you mentioned at the beginning roughly that obviously we had worked together before today and that respect. I mean, what, if you can recall, it was a while ago to give the audience some context, but what were you looking for when you reached out to me for that project?
I think it was, how do I deliver the message of how we can help people, but through the lens of another person. So it's easy for me to say, hey, I do personal training, I do osteoarticular joint pumping for therapy, but most people are going to go, I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, Matt. But you're able to derive answers from people by the way you ask questions, and that's a skill that I haven't got. So I think that was one of the key things, is it developed into a conversation with you and some of my clients, and that conversation brought out some interesting answers. And it was an interesting experience for me, actually, because they said things to you on the camera in the interview that they hadn't said to me. So you get a different perspective on why they're here and what they think of the place and whether I've done a half decent job. Hopefully, it seemed to be that's what they thought, which is good. But the key thing for me was the ability to extract information from them that I hadn't got myself. Even though I know the person and I know what they're trying to achieve, the way they explained it to you was different, and I found that really useful. And that kind of then helps you think, well, how do I put that message out further down the line? So that was pretty cool.
What, I mean, either since or in general, like, how do you look at marketing in the current landscape? What do you think people should do? What do you think people shouldn't do? Is it a time, obviously it's nuance related to the business, of course, but is it a time, I mean, a lot of people are saying the creative industry is struggling, people are saying the economy's hard. I mean, in the nicest way possible, I've heard that for nearly the 10 years I've been in business. I've always heard that. So I don't want to be this way, but I'm like, but what's really going on? You know what I mean? Because for me, there's always something going on. There's always something going on in politics. There's always something going on in geopolitics, etc. But right now, at the time of filming, what are you looking at from a marketing point of view that you think is really going to work, or you know, are you leaning into more referral-based stuff? Are you maybe like keeping your costs lower because you are seeing the climate, or are you going the other way?
I'll try and unpack that. I think the key thing is be transparent and be honest and upfront about what you do and how you do it. Don't bullshit people. Like I can't deliver, I don't know, think of someone who's in incredible shape, who's on TV a lot. Can't think of a name now. But if I said to all of my clients, you can have that in 3 weeks, I'm telling some porkies, yeah? So be honest with people about the process. Explain to them that, yes, you can achieve some brilliant results and sometimes life-changing results. And it might not just be the way you look, it might be the way you feel, it might be the way other people view you, it could be all sorts of stuff. But be honest and transparent about what you do and what you can deliver. Most of what we've got here at Evolved has always been referral based. I mean, you know, because we've had this conversation previously, I'm not a big marketer. I don't do, what is it, sponsored ads or Facebook, whatever it is. I wouldn't even understand how to set one up. So on that side of business, I'm probably not very good. But I came here to Salisbury, I didn't know, I knew two people. And we've built a business that does 80 or 90 sessions a week between myself and my colleague Charlie. We've been here 12 years. That's referral, that's not marketing, that's referrals. It always has been, and I suspect it probably always will be to a degree. I think the challenge for me and how I grow Evolve now is I need to market to the people who don't know I'm here and that people can't refer to because they don't know we exist. You know, you can only get referrals from people that know you're here. So I should probably try and get more people to understand that we're here. You know, if I had a few quid for every time somebody comes and said, I didn't even know you were here, Matt, until someone told me about you, I'm like, oh, I really need to do something about this. But yeah, I think marketing for me now is being able to explain to people what we do and how we do it, and saying to people, do you want to come along on the journey, as opposed to come and get fit in 6 weeks, which I hate that message in the fitness industry. It's rubbish.
I think what you touched on there is a really common misconception in marketing, that people think it's either referrals or it's word of mouth or it's ads or it's content or it's this or it's that. The reality is all that content's going to do, all that marketing's going to do is apply fire to your word of mouth. Yeah. If you have good word of mouth, happy days. If you've got bad word of mouth though,
It could
you
be
can kill your business
spectacularly
very,
bad.
very quick
Yeah.
because it's just going to make things better or continue things moving faster in whatever direction the business is currently going in. So what I say to clients when I start working with them, and I think we had this conversation when we initially started thinking about working together, I said, okay, well, are you moving the trajectory you want to work in? One, and then two, how can we utilize video content that's scalable that allows you to then do that upon scale, right? So instead of you having to trade one-on-one time with each person, you can say the stuff you want or get your clients to say the stuff you want on camera to then be like, okay, cool, this is what real people think. And social proof, which is what you're talking about, getting your clients to talk about it, is infinitely more valuable in a marketing context than you saying it.
Yeah, exactly.
In the nicest possible way it is, because in the same way with me saying, I'm going to say video is a good idea because I have a monetary tie to whether it's good or not. Yeah. In the same way you're going to say PTing is a great idea because you have a monetary tie. We don't even necessarily do this deliberately, but we're naturally going to because it's our natural sales process, marketing process, however you want to articulate it. And that's why hearing from clients, that's why I ask people about marketing, is really interesting and really important because then to an extent they're making the decision all on their own. Yeah. And I think for me, as the landscape changes, as the economy does what it will do, I think and it's more of a mindset thing and seeing how people either want to shift or don't, because and I guess actually this is a question of, in your case, do you actually need to market? I would argue you don't even need to market because from what it sounds like at this stage right now, at the time of recording, you're close to full capacity, if not full capacity, and you don't really have enough space or staff or both to scale. No. So actually, should you market?
Yeah, tricky one, isn't it? Yeah.
Maybe,
finding
maybe
good...
if you want to create a waiting list and you're trying to develop another product and you want to keep things going, but you wouldn't market in the same way as if you were trying to fill a new class, for example.
Yeah, finding good people in the industry locally is quite difficult. So it is something to factor in.
Because I think for me, it's a key on whether it's a scaling issue. And that's why I think any marketer listening to this, they need to ask the clients they're talking to and the people they're talking to, what does their client, the person they're doing marketing for, helping with marketing, what do they actually want to get out of it? Yeah. Because there's one side of it's like continue with the reputational gain that you can gain from doing video, sure, but that's a way of doing it. And then it's a bit more punchy or a bit more maybe paid ads or etc. would work if you were trying to fill a class in quick time. But actually in the position you're in, for example, you wouldn't want to do that necessarily. I mean, again, that also kind of changes to an extent of what stage you are in business, which we'll come to the next question, which is like, do you think businesses like have stages? In the respect of like when you're starting out, you're constantly looking at growth and then you maybe get to a size and you're like, oh, actually, hold on, maybe I don't want to grow beyond this? Either speaking about what you've done or in general? Yeah,
I think it depends on the type of business. This is a people business, it's a service-based business. Can I produce 10 of me to look after thousands of people? Not really. So there's that element of I can only grow to the extent that I am able to deliver sessions for people in some regards. Could I bring other people in? Potentially, yes, but there's challenges with that. Could I go online? Possibly, but I'm not a fan of it. I'd much prefer the in-person world. One of the things that COVID taught me was I don't like Zoom very much. So I would be keen to avoid that. So yeah, it's a tricky one actually. So I think in terms of stages for a business, I think it does depend on the type of business you have and where you want to take it. Do I want a franchise evolved? No. Way too much stress, way too much money involved, way too much leverage.
What are the things about stages and where you are in your life as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm 45. Yeah, 45. Do I want to be franchising a business at this stage of my life? Probably not. I've certainly got a fair few years left doing what I do, and I feel good. But I'm not sure I'd want to put that sort of pressure or stress on myself. I'm pretty happy with where we are as a business. So in terms of growth for us now, it will be, I think it's improving what we do as opposed to doing more things or trying to be more things to more people. I would like us to go in a slightly more medical direction, and I am looking at maybe bringing a medical professional into the business, whether that's as a part of it or a service that is available to people. I won't go into the exact details of that because I know someone else will just jump on it anyway. Yeah, that's one of the things I might do. But in terms of how businesses grow, I'm not going to pretend that I'm a sort of serial entrepreneur business grower, because I'm not. I've worked really hard at this one thing, and I've tried to be consistent. I've tried to do the right things by people, and it seems to have worked so far. We've been, as Evolved Health, it's been 12 years now. And hopefully a few more years yet. But no plans in terms of trying to launch a huge business. I think those days have passed now.
Is there anything else you want to mention before we wrap up?
Being in Salisbury has been quite interesting, actually, because it's a very different dynamic to where I was previously in Bristol and Bath. Obviously, it's a little bit smaller. Everyone in Salisbury tends to know each other. And so for me as an outsider, it was relatively challenging to grow the business initially because people didn't know me. But thankfully, because my work seemed to resonate with people and I seemed to do a good job, the business has been able to build and grow. But I think if you're a young person trying to start a business in Salisbury now, I don't think there's ever been more opportunity, but I also don't think at any stage it's ever been harder. Whether it's, don't get too political, but there's a lot of financial pressures on businesses the last few years, and they're only going to get bigger potentially by the sounds of it. I still think there's too much red tape in business, and that needs to be looked at. But also, I think there's a scarcity of space and facilities for people to start businesses. If you want to go into town and rent a building there, you have got to have some very serious money behind you. And if you're a young person with a dream trying to start out, sometimes those stories happen and it works, but a lot of the times people are going to fall flat on their face quite quickly. So I think there needs to be some way in which young people who have an idea and something that can really grow are supported locally. I don't just mean by national government, but maybe there are some property landlords who've got a space in town and think, actually, I could divide this building up and people could have some really cool startup businesses in here, and I'll help them. I think that there needs to be things like that, and there's not a lot of that around at the moment. I don't know if there are any groups in Salisbury. I'm sure there's like a small businesses association or group in Salisbury that might be able to jump in and say, actually, Matt, we do that already. But I think we've got to try and support young people in Salisbury, because one of the things I have seen over the 12 years I've been in Salisbury is that the demographic is getting older and older and older. And young people now leave Salisbury, and I've seen it in the time that I've been here. They disappear, they go to Bristol, they go to Southampton, they go to London, wherever it is they've gone, but they're not here. And that's because they don't see opportunity. And I think that's really sad. I mean, like I say, I'm an outsider, but Salisbury's my home now. I live here now. I've lived here for a couple of years or so. I eventually got fed up of commuting to and from Bristol. But I think we need to make sure that we create an environment for young people. And I don't just mean fitness-wise. I mean any business. I think the local council need to do more. The local Salisbury, Wiltshire Council as a whole could probably do more. On a national level, I think they've got to look at things like business rates. It is seriously expensive. You can have business rates that are higher than the rent you pay on your building. That to me is insane. Like, that's just stupid. So I think someone somewhere needs to get a hold of that. But yeah, anything to try and make the town, the city, I should say, more vibrant would be a really good start. And there are a few businesses coming into Salisbury now, and in the town centre, different food and restaurant businesses and a few other bits and bobs. So there are some positive signs, but a lot of these people are older and have got money behind them, or they're chains potentially. So something for younger people to say, you know, we want you to stay in Salisbury, we want you to build life in Salisbury, build a business, yeah, and, you know, stop seeing it disappear 50 miles down the road. It's, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but hopefully someone else sees this and goes, he's right. But that would be my one thing for Salisbury, having been here a long time now and sort of seen a few different things.
For people who may be interested, really enjoyed this conversation, they want to see more of you, they want to connect with you, they want to reach out to you, where best to do that?
One of the best ways is probably on the Evolved Health website, which has got various contact details. We're on Instagram at evolved_health. I hope I've got that right. We've got Evolved Health Salisbury is our Facebook name. And if someone decides they just want to rock up and knock on the door, that's not always the right thing to do because it might be with clients, but we're based down on Churchfields. We're in the Glenmore Business Park. There's normally an open door policy, so if someone wants to come and say hello, they can do. Or if they don't want to reach out directly through me, they can contact you and say, is it worth having a chat with this guy or not?
Absolutely, would always be the answer. If you were going to speak to either yourself or someone 10 years you're a junior, what advice would you give them?
What advice would I have given myself 10 years ago?
Yeah, if you could talk to even maybe longer, when you first moved to Salisbury 12 years ago, what advice would you give to that Matt? With the hindsight and with the knowledge you now have sat in front of me today.
Take the risk. Honestly, take the risk. I'm quite pragmatic, so I tend to, I analyse a lot. Probably one of my faults is I overthink things. So I'd say take the risk, take it sooner. I waited too long. So I left it and I left it and I left it, and then I went, okay, I am going to do this now. And I should have done it sooner. So to anybody else, take the risk. To myself, Matt, you should have done it sooner, because it's been brilliant. But yeah, take the risk.
Thanks so much for the time, Matt.
My pleasure. And
if you did enjoy this video and you would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed. Leave me what your thoughts and comments were down below, and I'll leave Matt's information down in the description as well as always. And I'll see you very, very soon.
I've built the business off from the start, starting from in my bedroom to getting a smaller office now into quite a big unit that we have now, and it's just grown and evolved over the years, and we're lucky to be in this position today.
Do you actually make people want to buy?
A great looking website as well, a good homepage, something that's going to engage the customer. Maybe on their first visit, they might not necessarily purchase anything, but if you end up having a good marketing strategy in place to collect emails, you'll send them on the journey that we've got set up for them, and they might not buy until the 4th or 5th time, but at least we have a thing in place where we can make it the best chance possible.
But I think, is it just like you have to keep that momentum to, I guess, be successful on social, would you say?
Yeah, consistency is key, because obviously the more consistent you are, the more views you're going to get, the more followers you'll end up getting.
Cool. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a great day, evening, or night. Today we're with Ben, talking about how to actually run an e-com store, what role social media plays, but also what's missing specifically in marketing. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well, very hot at the moment.
It's not the best day to do this, but here we go. We're here on a Saturday, working. So good on us, I guess. For people who don't know you, what do you do? What are you known for? What are we like? What is the kind of infrastructure and like the business model?
So I have an e-commerce store, and I have been doing that for the last 6 years. Specifically, I sell pre-loved terrace wear fashion. So looking at brands such as Stone Island and CP Company. You can't go to the football without seeing these brands anymore. And that's just where I've built the business off from the start, starting from in my bedroom to getting a smaller office now into quite a big unit that we have now. And it's just grown and evolved over the years, and we're lucky to be in this position today.
Do you think you're quite a I guess I was going to say like a new way of looking at this kind of business, because I think traditionally you would have like a clothing store, right? Like the TK Maxx's of the world equivalent, right? What made you want to, and was it always the plan to have a website rather than, and do it through, online sales rather than necessarily, right, we're going to have a 2,000 square foot or 2 grand a month, whatever it ends up being, like retail location to sell our product?
Well, the perspective for me was that you're going to pay £2,000 a month for a retail store as it is, and that's without building up any customers, and that's very much limited to who you can target as well. So having a retail store, not everyone's going to travel hours down to come and see you without a reason, but whereas if you have a Shopify store which costs $39 a month, you can get anyone all over the world to have a look at your store. So that was always the passion and drive for me, to spend $39 and then I can have everyone shop. But of course, with an online store, the conversion rate's a lot lower than you would if you have someone coming into your store, because you kind of get that feeling of, I really want to buy that, and you'll probably buy it in person, whereas if you look at it online, you end up just cutting it off and not buying it.
How do you, maybe on the website or like, we'll get on a social, I'm sure, but like, how do you actually make people want to buy online? Because I've always been like, unless you're like the Amazon, right, and I've got a specific destination or a specific thing in mind, I'm going to go click, click, done. But if you're not that, how do we get people to sort of go to the website and then actually make a purchase? Because I think that's the struggle. Because, you can push traffic to a website, but it's then how do you convert that traffic into baskets, into sales, into, people actually buying the things you're selling?
So it's all to do with sort of like specific stock buying as well, making sure we have the right products available, because if at the end of the day, if you've got a store full of stuff that people don't want, they're not going to buy it. But if you buy the right things, it's going to look great. A great looking website as well, a good homepage, something that's going to engage the customer. Maybe on their first visit, they might not necessarily purchase anything, but if you end up having a good marketing strategy in place to collect emails, you'll send them on the journey that we've got set up for them, and they might not buy until the fourth or fifth time, but at least we have a thing in place where we can make it the best chance possible, because not everyone on your website is going to buy something. That's just kind of standard.
So do you think it's more about someone hits the website, maybe they look at something, then they'll come back, then they'll come back again, and then the fourth time then they'll buy something, more than hit the website, buy?
Yeah, unless you're specifically looking for a certain product that we have, people just tend to, because I don't really release my drops before, I don't show people what we're going to drop. So a lot of people go on there to see what we've got, and they might not necessarily want anything, but they all still go on there until they find something they want. So they might not kind of find anything for the first couple of weeks. But because we've obviously built up a lot of cash flow in the business now, there is always something available for everyone. So we make sure we cater for every single size, from anything from size small to 3XL. And so there is something for everyone, but not everyone's going to check out, and that's just kind of what you got to put up with.
I guess in some ways, is that then I like a strategic strategy around like retargeting with meta ads, or like reminding people like, hey, through email marketing, like abandoned cart stuff, like, is that the focus then? Like, is that where you see maybe the return customers, or is that or that could be a focus for maybe an online business that's maybe struggling to make their website like work?
Yeah, so I would say other businesses, make sure you focus on retention marketing, making sure that the customers that you do get, they make sure they return and have no other reason to shop with another store. That's standard for online businesses. Email marketing as well. People might still be shopping around for that sort of stuff. They might have just forgotten who you are, which is pretty standard. Be like, hey, we're still here. That can drive conversions as well. And it's just making sure that you keep them in that sort of like customer journey and make sure they keep coming back. So we've currently got a 12-month journey set up. And at the end of the 12 months, if we can't retain the customer, we will stop emailing them. But that's kind of how we've retained our customers over the years.
What kind of timeline would you say that, because I think sometimes email marketing it's a very traditional sense of marketing, but I think sometimes people look at it as we do a sequence, maybe 30 emails, 60 emails across like 2 months. And then I think there's a balance, right? I mean, what would you say? Is it like a daily thing, like in regards to like how you send them and like what you send? And or is it actually like, we're going to send you 1 a week or 2 a week? Like, how do you structure that from your perspective?
So we don't want to hound the customer, because if you keep daily emailing them, a lot of Chinese companies do it. They just hound you every single day. I bought something from Alibaba. I get an email like 4 or 5 times a day, and that's enough for me to block them. But we kind of just send something to them in like a structure, maybe like one week, and we won't email them for another 6 weeks, and then 12 weeks, and then 6 months, then 9 months, then 12 months. So we don't hound the customer. Also, not hounding the customer and sending loads of spam emails will not make it go into their junk box either. So it's important to look at that as well, and just not absolutely hound them every single day.
And what are those emails? Is it just like, hey, we've got a new thing? Like, is it news? Like, how do you structure those?
So we've got a load of different sort of email structures for certain customers. So for example, if you bought something, there's always a thank you message that goes out. We've also got stuff maybe a week after they purchase, be like, how did we do? Leave us a review. If they haven't purchased in a 3-month time frame, then we'll send them an email, possibly with like a discount code. We're also looking at making a monthly newsletter as well, because a lot of customers are interested in what we do, what's evolving, what's changed, and to send out a monthly newsletter to be like, hey, we've done a podcast this month, or we've renovated the office, and just little things like that, because a lot has changed in the last 8 weeks, and I would love to tell the customers, so we haven't got that set up yet. So I feel like the customers can also almost feel a part of the business when you start emailing them with these sort of really nice things as well.
Do you think that sometimes people either get overwhelmed with the number of channels that people say should market, right? So people who follow the show, they're like, you need to do video content, you need to do a podcast, you need to do email marketing, you need to do social media, you need to do... Would you say people get easily overwhelmed?
Yeah,
like with so much going on with social.
Yeah,
and the marketing channels they could be on.
It's quite difficult because there's so many social channels and so many places you can market to nowadays. And I feel like if you primarily focus on Instagram and TikTok, all of the content you post on TikTok, you can also post on Instagram as well. They were the two that I really focused on and got good at, and also built up the following on. But obviously there's places like Twitter, which not a lot of people in my industry use, which I don't use too much at the moment. You've got Facebook, there's loads of other places. YouTube as well is a really important one, which not a lot of businesses do. And I feel like the reason people get overwhelmed is they try and just do it all on their own. And when you start outsourcing these things to people, work it for the first 2 years, get it really good, but it's good to the point where it's too busy, outsource it. And that's what people do. They get themselves overwhelmed because part of growing a business is starting to outsource things to other people. For example, Elon Musk, did he do everything to earn his $1 billion, or did he outsource a lot of his sort of things that he needed to do? And that's kind of the direction that I've took. People don't want to spend money in their businesses. They don't want to spend £800 a month for a social media manager, but that £800 that you spend on the social media manager makes you productive in other areas in order to grow it elsewhere. And that social media stays really high because you've got someone paying £800 a month for a £4,000 return on investment.
I think for me, and I'm sort of focusing on this as well, and I've since we had the media day, which I'm sure we'll get onto later, like I've looked and I've been very fortunate where the podcast is doing really well. So I'm like, okay, great. But it's now eating up time that I could be spent servicing clients, talking to clients, being a marketing and sales person, right? And I think for me, like, is it comfortable to be like, hey, I'm going to spend $1,000 or I'm going to spend $2,000 a month on like scalability for the podcast? But I'm like, actually, what potentially could it give me in regards to new clients, opportunities, etc., if I do that? And I guess the conversation sort of comes back to is like, is social media just a momentum thing? Because like, if you look at the podcast now, the day of filming, we've got quite a lot of momentum, right? I think the last numbers I did were like just under 235,000 or so across 5 platforms. For us, that's pretty good, right? But I think, is it just to like, you have to keep that momentum to, I guess, be successful on social, would you say?
Yeah, consistency is key, because obviously the more consistent you are, the more views you're going to get, the more followers you'll end up getting. And obviously if you've just stopped dead for 6 months, a lot of the people that were watching, because the way the algorithm works, you're just popping up on their feed based off of what they sort of search for. And if you're not creating new videos, they're not going to get shown, and people are going to just slowly forget about you. So the most important thing about social media is staying consistent. And this is the problem I had. The business was growing so much that I didn't have time to do social media. So that's when I got into contact with you, and I was like, let's just do a media day and get like 40 videos in advance, and then I don't have to worry about it for a month. And then I can do 8 hours or 16 hours per 2 months on content, whereas instead of stressing about it, trying to do it myself, trying to edit it and everything like that. So it's definitely a big time saver for me.
Do you think that people, I mean, what's consistency, right? Does it have to be, like in your experience, does it have to be daily? Does it have to be weekly? Does it have to be like, we're going to do, because I do basically daily non-negotiable. And then when I can, I try to do 2, 3, or 4 posts per day, every day. But also that's with the caveat of saying if I'm traveling to do the podcast or I'm traveling to do this and travel so last week at the time of recording was the first day in London, and I maybe I got 2 posts. Now that's pretty good when you consider I wasn't at home at all. But for some businesses, they'd be like, how did you even get 2 posts out because you were traveling or the business was really busy and etc. I mean, is it just preparation?
Yeah, I would say you can. There's lots of things out there which you can use to kind of schedule your posts in advance. So if you know that you're going to London on Wednesday, on the Tuesday evening, schedule your post to go at 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or whatever. But I feel like for businesses, you don't have to post daily. You can post weekly. It depends what sort of business that you have. So if you have a podcast, nobody's going to expect you to watch a podcast every single day and make an edit and make it work. But some people would work weekly. But for someone like me who's trying to sell a product and needs to be seen on the face every day, I think daily's good. You don't have to post 2, 3, 4 times a day. I mean, that would be better. But at the end of the day, you need to put your time into perspective, and also the cost of the content as well. To get 2, 3, 4 videos out a day would end up getting quite expensive, especially if you outsourced it as well. And that's also very time bound as well, especially to keep up with that's 120 videos a month or posts. It depends what sort of you're trying to achieve with it all.
For me, I see it as you've got to work smart and hard at the same time. And because of the nature of the podcast, it's an hour conversation. I can extract probably, if I really wanted to, maybe 10 to 15 clips that I can edit. Then I can chuck AI involved and get 20 to 30. So there we're talking, I've got nearly a month of content if I just wanted to squeeze it. The reason why I found it's really working with the weekly shows is because people are now starting to get into the rhythm of there's going to be another show next week. And normally I haven't really built a schedule yet. I probably will, but for me it's actually around Saturday there's going to be a new episode, because by the time I run out of clips and I've done the week of work, client delivery, etc., I've then got a position where I've edited the new show's ready, so then I can start marketing that show. But I think sometimes, and this is kind of what I was alluding to about all the platform thing, do you think people get shiny thing syndrome sometimes? Maybe they'll see what we're doing on Instagram and TikTok, for example, and going, oh, that works really well. Oh, I have to be on Instagram and TikTok, even though they've just decided to commit to LinkedIn for a while, or they've decided, etc. Do you think, or maybe not even just looking at social, maybe they're like, we're going to do email marketing really well. Do you think that people should sort of commit instead of go into depth on, we're going to get really good at this one thing, rather than we're going to try and do, we're going to build up this side model and we're going to do this? And the same in business, but instead it's we're going to have a coaching model, then we're going to have, we're going to sell products, and then we're going to do events, and then we're going to do consulting, and then we're going to do marketing, and then we're going to do media days. And so, do you think that's a bit, can that be, because obviously it's good to diversify, but when does that get too much? I guess the question comes, do you think?
Well, if you put it into perspective, if you leave a plane on autopilot and jump out, it's going to run out of fuel. So to focus on one thing at one time, to make sure it gets to where its destination, the plane theory is making sure it gets to its destination before you do another project. So I would always say focus on one area, get really, really good at it, and then look at other things as well. Because if you don't master that thing, you're never going to become really good at it. So if I just focused on LinkedIn and then I just left it halfway and I thought, I'll have a look at that in a couple of months, and I started focusing on Instagram, you're going to lose the touch that you started to build up on LinkedIn, because people that saw those daily posts that started to really enjoy what you do, they're not going to see that content anymore, and they're just going to be like, oh, that's a shame, and I'll go and look at someone else that is doing it every day. That's the mistake that I made with YouTube, and that was just more of a time thing for me. I started doing these videos, just vlogging my day, what I'd done in the office, and a lot of different things that we get up to in the business. And I'd done that consistently for about 2 months, which built up a lot of traction. A lot of people were there, ready, interested, and it just got too much, because the time thing for it as well, because you spend probably maybe 45 minutes worth of clips every single day, which isn't too much of a problem. But it was the 2, 3, 4 hours a night that was editing it. But I could only keep it up for 2 weeks, because you're trying to run a business around it as well. So I feel like if people stay consistent and get really good at that one thing, to the point where you could pay someone and outsource it to keep it all going, that's where you want to be. Because I feel like if you put half-assed effort into something, you're never going to get that full reward that you could potentially get out of it.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's also you have to, it's how you show up as well. That changes how you show up. Because I think for me, if I'm very focused on, for between now and the end of the year, only things I'm really marketing. Like I have three main strands really, but the third one isn't really, it kind of happens passively. The first is the podcast, the second is the event in September, and then it's the service. But the service is a byproduct of everything else. So actually, I don't really need to market the service anymore. There'll be the odd video that's very specifically led towards that, but it's less important now because I've got infrastructure and I'm really far ahead regarding the podcast. So it actually allows me to go, when I'm really busy with client work and when I'm really on client delivery, actually takes the pressure off a bit because I don't need to go, oh shit, I need a guest for like Wednesday so I can get it edited and ready for Monday. I can just go into the archive. And I think for me, one of the first conversations we had was about creating a content surplus. I mean, how do you look at it, I guess, outside of, for maybe people who are maybe starting out, obviously there is an option to bring someone like me in to go, here's 40 something videos from one day, cool. But if people maybe aren't ready to do that, how would you say they could create a bank, a surplus of content?
Well, I've learned quite a lot since doing the media day with you, because my social media for the last 2-3 years, where I've been taking it quite seriously, it hits levels of inconsistency sometimes where I don't have time. But I feel like if you have a set day every single month where it's just this pure content day, you don't have to worry about anything else, it's just pure content. You can build a big bank and a surplus of content, and then you're able to dish it out in days and in whatever sort of direction you want it to go in. That's what I wasn't doing. For some reason, I would just film it on the day. I'd be like, right, I've got an idea, I'm going to go film it, edit, put it out at 7 o'clock tonight. And that's not very sustainable. That leads to days where you don't post for a week because you film that video, it does really well, you get loads of orders, a lot of business from it, and then you're like, I don't have time to film more of these sort of things. But if you specifically focus on that day worth of content and then dish it out, that really busy day that you get and that video that spikes and gets you a lot of traffic and attention, you can keep that momentum up as well, which is really, really important for businesses and social media.
How did you find the media day as a whole? Because I think we're about for maybe 3 weeks-ish out from it, maybe 2 weeks. How did you find it?
Really fun. I think it was great. I love being in front of a camera. I've always used my little DJI camera for my sort of videos in the last year or two. And to have something more professional, have like 3 massive cameras looking at you, was just something really fun and different for me. And as you've said to me before, it's not for everyone. A lot of people find it quite daunting, but I really, really enjoyed it. And it really does, you know, when you put it out on social media, how professional it looks and how like people think, wow, that's really, really cool. He's doing like a proper sort of setup now. And for the cost that it does and how much you break it down per video, it's definitely worth it, 100%.
How have you found the videos? Because obviously we're now in a position where I think 4, 5, maybe 6 have actually gone live, right? I mean, how's your community's feedback been? Like, how have you personally found them?
I felt less stressed about social media because I know today, for example, I've got video that's already gone out today and I don't have to worry about social media, and the algorithm does all the work for me, pushing out to the right people. And yeah, it's really good. Obviously, yeah, it's brilliant. I have nothing more to say other than it's just, I don't have to worry about it anymore, which is an important thing for business as well, because once you start growing and scaling, you need to make sure you have things in place that, whether that's outsourced, to make sure it gets done.
Do you think that it's about, I guess in some ways, when you've got that bank, it allows you to then be more present with, in some ways, the other tasks that you need to do, right? So because you've got that bank, you're like, actually, cool. I don't even need to, it's not even partially in your head at all, you know? Like, it's, I've got all those pieces of content. I know I'm good for social media content. Okay, cool. What's the next problem I need to now fix? Because I think as business owners, we spend a lot of our lives just fixing problems. That's our job, really. That's what I try and do for clients. That's, of course, what you'll do within your business as well. But is it allowed you, I guess, in some ways to be a little bit more tunnel vision on the other problems that you have?
Yeah, so in the last 6 to 8 weeks, I got a consultant into the business where they basically go into your business, find things, improve it pretty much. And it's allowed me to really focus on these tasks. So social media did take up a lot of time for me, editing and stuff like that. And I thought, to me, that was a priority because that was the only sort of channel that drove organic and all the sort of people that actually landed on my website before I even looked. I don't even know why I didn't look at like paid ads. I've never looked at paid ads, and I've built up the business to where it is 6 weeks prior, all through social media and also live stream shopping, which we'll touch on later. and I've only just started doing paid ads. I've only just started doing email and retention marketing, which are really, really powerful tools for businesses.
Do you think it's just a natural, like, I guess in some ways natural progression, or like when we start out, we just throw a load of shit against the wall, right? And we see what sticks. Okay, cool. But is it a level of overwhelm, or is it a level of just, I guess in some ways, naivety to be like, why would I do paid ads? That just is burning money, right? Like maybe people don't necessarily appreciate or understand the ROI, and then what time window that ROI, return on investment, is potentially.
Yeah, I think the reason why a lot of businesses fail is because it's the money side of it. They don't have it's not the fact they haven't got the idea; it's because they haven't got the money to do it. I've thrown probably in the last 8 weeks, probably thrown about 10, 15 grand into all of this sort of things that I have been doing. And businesses might not be fortunate to have 10 to 15 grand to throw at these sort of things, especially with meta ads as well, because you can't just throw 1,500 quid into your meta ad strategy and expect it to work. And that's why you start doing little tests and stuff. I probably spent maybe £800-900 before we got the right strategy and the right cost per click and make sure that it works. But what people don't understand is that you spend £1,500 on ads, they think, what am I going to get out of that? You've got to measure, for every pound that you spend, I'm going to get X amount back. We're currently, for example, Meta, for every pound we spend, we're getting £5 back. And that's where you want to be with businesses. So it's not the fact that people are spending 1,500 quid. I mean, that's a scary amount of money to spend, but you need to think every pound that I'm spending, or every 1,500 quid I'm spending, I'm getting £6 back or 6 grand back. And I feel that's what businesses don't understand, and they don't believe in it, but it's going to be the most powerful way, especially as e-com's growing and growing. There's going to be a lot more competitors for each and every business, and these are going to be the most important channels for people as well. And that's not to mention, you can look at these channels as well, and if they stop performing as well, is if you have a really good detailed dashboard looking at what's working, whether it's got a green light, it's got an orange light, it's got a red light, and if it's got an orange light, you can act on that. But if, for example, social media is in the green, you don't have to worry about social media. But maybe my email marketing is not performing as well. And when it's an orange, we can be like, right, why is it in orange? And we can act and perform on that. So it's important to have a look at those sort of things, and definitely read data. Data is very important as well. That's what my consultant has really been driving into me. And I've learned in the last 6 to 8 weeks, absolutely loads of stuff that's so powerful for me to take on and learn, and also talk about as well.
Yeah. I think sometimes we get maybe intimidated by data, right? Like maybe we'll see a video that gets, I'll use an example for you on your feed. Like maybe you get something that gets 10K views, and then you get the next one that's maybe like 1,100 views. And I think maybe someone would say, oh, the 10K must get you more business. Does it?
It's difficult because I've measured this one before, so I don't know if you see a lot of the dress-up sort of videos that I used to do. They used to get millions, like millions, hundreds of thousands of views, lots of traction and followers. But if you really do look into the data, a lot of the millions of views and sort of the traction and the followers, they're all people that were in like the Middle East and sort of countries that haven't sort of got that sort of economy behind it, you know, where these sort of people are earning £200-300 a month. They're not the sort of customers that you're looking for. Whereas that video I might have posted the other week, they got 2,000 views. Read the data, 96% UK, males 18 to 24, and then you end up making 4 conversions, and that only had 2,000 views compared to the one that got 1 million views, which got 0. I think I was obsessed with numbers for quite a long time. How many followers have I got? How many likes did that post get? How many views did that video get? And that's not important. It doesn't matter. If I only got 2,000 views and 10% of people converted on that, that's 200 people. That's amazing. That's people would dream to have that. Whereas if I get 1 million and I got 0 conversions, but a lot of people would look at that and think, oh, that video is better because it got 1 million views, but that's not always necessarily the case.
And I don't think it's just as simple as like more views is better, but also I don't think it's actually necessarily less views if they're the right views are better either. I think this is where your data has to come in, and you have to actually know, to an extent, you kind of need to know your shit, because like, I'll give you an example. I track every month, what is the overall views that all of the videos, all the posts, everything that I've done in 4 weeks got. What's that currently last 28-day number? And what was the last 28-day number? Now, if you're following that logic, Cartman cares about views. Okay, but then the next metric I track is how many sales have I made related to that jump, right? So, or how many potential deals or conversations have I had that could lead on to pipeline deals, right? And it's like, actually, then when you look at it that way, you're tracking all three metrics that matter. And I think sometimes, especially when people start on social, they just want the million views. They just want the 10 million views. They just want the, I'm going to gain all the followers in the world, blah, blah, blah. I mean, looking at just interest-based graphs, followers are becoming more and more irrelevant, to be honest. Sorry to say. But they are, because you'll be served content you enjoy. Simple as that, really. Right? Now, there's a difference between having an email list, because that you kind of own that data, right? And that's, I guess, the benefit of doing email. But we touched on live streaming, and I'm going to sort of tackle it as a live streaming element as a whole. I mean, because I'm looking to live stream the show, right? The podcast in the next couple of weeks at the time of filming. What benefit do you gain from live?
So I tackled live stream shopping a couple of years ago, and obviously live stream shopping for people back in the day, maybe if you were born in the 90s or early 2000s, was all tele shopping. And I got introduced to this idea in April of 2023, and I kind of visioned it as in, this idea isn't very modern, if that makes sense. I kind of visioned it as a tele shopping thing, something that's gone out of fashion. But what I didn't notice, a lot of big businesses such as TikTok Shop, everything, a lot of big businesses are getting millions pumped into it for this live stream shopping idea, and it's becoming such a massive idea. So I joined a company called Tilt. Tilt of one of the leading sort of like, they're specifically for live stream shopping. They launched in March of 2023. And I joined in April of 2023, and I've built a lot of my business off of live stream shopping. It was actually at the point where my website was doing zero, because I was so focused and driven off of the live stream shopping, and that was more than paying all my bills every month, etc., that I just kind of lost interest and focus on the website, which is my long-term sort of plan. So probably maybe like a year and a half or 2 years ago, my website just plummeted. Everything that I worked for, earning these 5-figure months, just went down to $1,000 a month. It literally just went to zero. And that's when I decided that the businesses are getting to the size now where I can't do this on my own. It's like there's too much going on. And that's when I brought someone in, and I said, right, your job is we get the new stock, you upload it to the website and you look after it, and we'll grow it up again. And now we're at the point where we focused on live stream shopping. Also, the website's up and better than it ever was before. But I always do wonder in the back of my head, if I didn't let go of the website and I'd done that earlier, would my website be 4 or 5 times what it is now? But everything happens for a reason. But sort of live stream shopping is massively powerful. So if you are in that e-com space, especially with what I do as well, it's maybe for like a business like yours, obviously live stream shopping itself might not be the right fit, but for people that sell a product, whether that's jewellery, clothing, new clothing, shoes, anything like that, seems to be a really powerful tool at the moment.
Something which I'll be interested to see, which I don't know the answer yet because I haven't done it, but towards the end of this month at the time of filming, I will have had some live podcasts. Like I'll be filming the live sessions. And my thought process behind that is, at the moment I've got like I said to you before we started, this won't be out until September unless I pull it through and let it skip the queue. It won't be out until September. And the reason why is because I've worked really hard the last course of the next month to get ahead. So I have the consistency, so I can always have a podcast every week. But the reason why the idea came from the live stream side was actually I could actually have a live show here because I'm filming all the episodes anyway. I'm setting up all these cameras, I'm setting up all the tech. It could work. And actually there might be and purely from one of my growth plans is to build the YouTube channel so it can become its own revenue stream. But if you want to gain watch time, one of the best things to do is live stream, right? So if I've got, let's say, a double podcast day and then some solo content on the end, I could do that in a 2.5 hour live stream, right? Now, it will take me some time, but also if you use programs like Restream, for example, and I'm not in a position where I'm in contract, so I can basically stream wherever I like. I could stream to Twitch, I could stream to LinkedIn, I could stream to TikTok, I could stream to Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all these things all at the same time. So maybe each stream only has 2 or 3 views, but across all of them, I maybe will have like 100 or something, right? Or as I build consistency, it will grow. And I think for me, especially as a service-based business for me, you're right, live shopping and TikTok style is purely product led. But the thing which I think people maybe misunderstand or misappreciate about service is how you show up, and being the expert will be the reason why you will choose to work with me, will be the reason why the next client will choose to work with me, etc. And how much is that lifetime value of the client going to be potentially? Actually, it could be pretty significant when you think about it that way. So actually spending the time, energy, resource, and potential money to upscale what you're doing with your content could be the reason why someone chooses you over choosing someone else. But before we move too far away from like your live sales, live product sales, would you say, if you're happy to share, like what is your percentage between your revenue from a website versus the live side?
Well, I don't mind going too much into numbers about it, because I think with the way HMRC is going now, it's going to be all on there anyways at some point. But we're kind of averaging on year. We're looking at doing about $250,000 on just live stream shopping itself, and that's every year, which is still going up. So I think this year we're looking at doing closer to 400,000-500,000 sort of on that live stream shopping, and that's a massive amount of money to, committing to maybe. I think we probably do about 10 hours a week on live stream shopping. We don't even do that much. There's a lot of big businesses now that they specifically hire people to go 8 hours a day on these live stream shoppings, and I personally myself know they must be bringing in absolutely millions. So where the website is now, I would say that they're going to be quite level. I think the website's just beneath it where it is at the moment, but with the website and the momentum, because this was all organic. But once the sort of like the meta ads are completely perfect, the retention marketing's big, the email list is going to grow. It's going to end up being up there. But then that's not to say that live stream shopping could evolve even more and grow. I think they'll end up going pretty level, but whether that's live stream shopping on top or my website on top, I don't know at the moment. But I would say that they both play a massive part in the business, and just having them two alone is enough to make it a really big sustainable business.
Do you think, because obviously in your own right, you're clearly successful, right? I don't know whether you count yourself as successful, but like to the people watching, they would see you as someone who's successful, I would hope, right? Do you think you have maybe lifestyle creep, or like, how do you deal with that yourself? Because I think younger entrepreneurs who have seen success, whether that's the definition of you have freedom over your time, you make good money, you're making the money that you want to make or more, or etc., you've got the office, you've got the staff, whatever your definition is, do you think it can go to people's heads sometimes?
Yeah, I think it can create an ego problem with some people, where a lot of influencers start to flash their lifestyles and nice
So look
cars.
at me with my Rolex, look at me with my car, look at me with my house, etc.
That's the direction I never want to go in. I never want to be flashy. I never want to kind of like rub it in people's faces. I struggle with this kind of it's called imposter syndrome. If you wanted to Google it, it's basically where you don't feel like what you've achieved you deserve it, sort of thing. I feel like as a 22-year-old, I should kind of be just starting out in a career as opposed to doing what I do. And I kind of look at myself sometimes and I'm just like, wow, what have I done, sort of thing.
Well, why don't you deserve it? Because you've worked hard. You've worked hard for a long time. I know your story, and we'll give a brief. Do you want to give my audience, a little bit of a brief synopsis who maybe haven't seen the video we did in your media day about sort of how you got here? Because I think it could be perceived as like, oh, Ben's doing really well, right? As I alluded to before. But how did you get here? Just before we go into a little bit more depth on like I guess maybe the insecurity side of it, or like the imposter syndrome side. Because I think for me, it's just a sign you've worked really, really hard and you found something that works and then doubled down on it by taking the risk. But how did you get here?
So it all started back in lockdown of 2020. I think that's where a lot of kind of online e-com businesses started to really sort of like kind of drive to an extreme level, because no one could go out shopping.
The rise of everyone being locked in a house.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't go to the pub. That's a lot of where people spend their money, and people had a lot of disposable income, so they're spending on these stores. So myself, I was working at Sports Direct, in a very piddly wage, £4.58 an hour. But I was 16, so to me, getting that £200-300 a month was amazing. I could go spend it on whatever I wanted. I didn't have anything to pay for. So obviously you got furloughed, so that was an extra £200-300 a month for doing nothing as a 16-year-old. It's the most amazing thing on earth. They then got a job at the One Stop down my local area. That made me earn about another £400-500 a month. So I ended up getting about £700-800 a month. And then to a 16-year-old, that is an astronomical amount of money. I was like, wow, brilliant. I saved up for my first car. I was able to do a lot of things because I was so tied away and stuck at home. I couldn't go out and spend it. I couldn't go to the shops and stuff like that. So it all kind of started from there, really, and I kind of got a bit more of an expensive clothing taste. I've always liked these really cool terrace wear brands such as Stone Island, but could never justify spending 180-200 quid on a jumper. I thought, what idiot would spend that? My parents still have that attitude, even though I might spend £700-800 on a jumper now. It's kind of perception at the time. That was a lot of money, and that what drove me to start looking on places such as eBay and Depop. The Vinted was in sort of like the horizon at the time, but it hadn't really grew to what it was today because their business model was amazing. They started doing buyer fees as opposed to seller fees, which drove a lot more people to sell on there, and therefore a lot more people went on to there. But that's obviously another conversation. But I started shopping on there, and that £200 jumper that I was looking at, I could get it for £80, and I was like, amazing. So even though I was earning better money for my age, I was still being quite sensible with it. I think that's what I've always been quite lucky with, is spending money, but spending it in a sensible way. So if I'm going to spend a lot of money, I need to make sure if I spend that 500 quid, I'm going to be spending that 500 quid in the most sensible way possible. And I picked up my first Stone Island jumper, and it was a worn navy Stone Island jumper. The badge had been through a wash a few times, but I picked it up for 70 quid. And when I put that on, I was like, this is amazing. I've got that £200 feeling for the price of like the third of it. And that same jumper, I sold it a couple of months later, even though I must have worn it to death, spilled so much stuff down it, all that sort of stuff. I sold it for 100 quid, and I ended up making 30 quid whilst wearing something that I felt that I got that same experience with. And that led to one another. I bought another jumper. I paid another £70 for it. I sold it for 100 quid again. And that's when I got the bright idea of I'm possibly going to start buying stuff specifically to sell it. And instead, with the profits that I made, instead of wasting it like most 16-year-olds do, I was building up just a bigger pool of money, spending a little bit more. My parents were very controlling over this because they wanted me to save up, to put money away for when I want to move out when I'm older. So they were like, right, 4 or 5 items at a time. Don't buy any more. If you buy any more, we're going to kill you, basically. So I kept doing that, kept buying, making a bit of money, selling, and it wasn't all plain sailing. There was a couple of times where I lost money, but that's just part of the business, and that's where you kind of just learn and develop over time. And then fast forward 5 years later, we're here somehow. Just all happened really quickly.
Do you think, like you mentioned the spending a lot of money, do you think like people maybe worry that you're spending, like, let's just use the example that you gave, like 500 quid, right? But they're coming at it from the perspective of, shit, that's like 20% of my monthly income, for example. Right now, but if your monthly income and you're in a fortunate position where you build a business where actually let's just use a number for the sake of it, of like 10 grand is your monthly income, then actually spending 500 quid is like, meh. You know what I mean? Like it because it's less of your monthly income, it becomes, I hate to say less important because I'm aware of the climate, right? But it's like in context, right? To someone who makes £1,000, that's 50% of your monthly income. But if you make 10 grand, that's like around 5, maybe less, And I think for me, it's like actually, especially if you're then going to make money from it, or like you see it as an investment, or you can actually justify, or it is an investment in respect to it. The implication is you're going to spend this money. I'm going to spend this £1,000, £100, whatever it is, and I'm going to get 10x. I'm going to get 5x. I'm going to get etc. Is that do you think that's the reason why? Like your parents or like your friends may be like, oh, don't spend this money?
Yeah, I think going early days, for me to spend £400-500 was a massive deal. That's a massive amount of money. But as you say, as you grow and develop, the more money you earn, that 400-500 quid becomes less and less. And it doesn't matter as much as how humble people stay. Your perception of money seems to kind of go out the window a little bit. For me, for example, in the most nice way, humble way possible in front of the camera, for me to spend £1,000 on a new fridge for the office isn't very much of a big deal to me as it was when I would be 16 years old. And that, I think, regardless of how humble you are, wherever your beginnings were, I think that's always something that it's just going to naturally happen.
Do you think that also comes because, we've spoken about it before, but I think it's I guess in some ways a lack of understanding that there's an abundance of work. Because like in my industry, people have said to me, the creative industry is really hard. But I'm in a position where I'm like, how do I say this nicely? No. No, it's not. And I'm very cautious when I say that because for me, I'm aware that it's because of the output. It's aware because of the work that I'm doing. But it's also because for me, to an extent, it's like, I know what works with marketing now, and I'm clearly doing something right. So it's like, let's just keep doing that. But also, as I win more work and as I have more cash, then the pressure comes off a little bit. So I think, I mean, is it just a perception thing? And is it just, because I've always said to people who are like, oh, it's really hard or things are really difficult. I'm like, yeah, but when did you last market? And they're like, oh, 6 months ago. I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
I hate to point the finger, but no shit.
Yeah,
You know? Do you think it's just a perception thing?
Yeah, perception. It's just kind of because I know now that if I want to spend 50 grand a month on stock, to the average sort of like person, they're going to be like, oh my God, if you spend 50, what if you lose that money? But I know now if I invest that money, I know what I'm going to get back out of it. And I think that's just something that you learn over time in business. So if you have a service business, if you spend X amount in marketing on ads, for example, you know that for that investment, you're going to get X amount of revenue back from it. And if you get that perception over that sort of thing, then you kind of relax a lot more. And I think my parents began to sort of relax that sort of like, right, you're not allowed to spend more than 400-500 quid on stock at a time, because they knew what I was doing was working. I think the biggest fear for them was that I'm going to spend 400-500 quid and blow the lot. And which I don't blame them. They're parents at the end of the day. They care about what you do and want to make sure they have the best for you. So and now they, you know, if I spend 40-50 grand a month, they're not going to be like, oh my God, you can't do that. You know, you're our son. But they know what I do works. And I think that's what businesses need to kind of let go of the fact of just make sure what you do and what you spend works. So don't commit a massive amount of money on ads. So I think, as I said earlier, I spent 800 to 900 quid a month on my ads to make sure they worked first, and then we up the budget instead of blowing £2,000 a month. That's kind of the way to go with it, really.
I think, especially in ads, it's like test, rotate, test, rotate, test, rotate, sure. But like moving a little bit back to what we were talking about maybe the lifestyle creep, or in the position where I guess in some ways, because to me, I'm sat here going, why does he feel imposter syndrome? Because for me, it's maybe like you're outside your comfort zone. Okay, but then you're just outside your comfort zone. That's just, okay, just stay there for a bit, do it for a bit, and it'll be in your comfort zone. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I find that interesting. I don't want to delve too deeply because I'm aware that like we're on the show, but like for me, imposter syndrome is just you're doing something that you haven't done before. So the evidence in your head is like, oh, okay, this is new. Oh, this is difficult. Oh, this is challenging. I'll give you an example. At the time of filming, last Thursday, new studio, new people, but not new people. I knew the people, but like new studio, new space, new costs, new podcast, new idea. Wasn't really feeling comfortable about it, but I pushed through and did it anyway. You know, and I think those 2 episodes are really, really good. I think they work really, really well. I think the studio in London will be a very different thing to what I do on location, a very different thing in Southampton. And it's not like one is better than the other, right? If you want to go technical, sure. But also, in the nicest way possible, like the one in London's worth, like I pay more for it. And it's also in London. So I got to travel and it takes more time, etc. So like, and again, it's like also, are we locking in where it is now in respect to, because the one in Southampton, for example, is in a build stage as well. So actually it could go full production like that. And actually then they would be on the same level. So I think for me, imperfect action is what matters. And I think that once you gain some momentum and you have some success, you could say, I mean, we were talking about when you were driving me back from the media day about like looking at a car as like maybe not a great investment, but actually it's the context in which you apply to it, right? Like for me, if you enjoy that car and that's your like treat to yourself that allows you to keep working hard and keep making, let's just put a number on it, an extra £50,000 a year, £100,000 a year, whatever it ends up, wherever your number is, then actually why shouldn't you spend that money on the car? You know what I mean? Because if it's at what point, I think sometimes as business owners, we don't, for a very long time, I was like, yes, I won, and then straight on to the next thing. I was very, very bad at celebrating the wins. And I think it's kind of the way you counterbalance imposter syndrome, in my view, because it allows you to give the evidence to say, no, actually, you are pretty good. You are actually clearly doing something right, you know, regardless of age. Because I think it's in subjective terms related to, actually, I would say the age is your advantage, because you looked at the business and went, yeah, but someone who's maybe 50 will go, I have to have a retail store. Because that's what they grew up with. That's their perception. Yeah. They can't think, I can make 400 or whatever it is, like nearly $1 million a year, just on live stream shopping and on a website, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with all that completely. It's good perception of it all. The imposters sort of thing for me is that I'm so young and I've achieved kind of what I've always wanted to achieve in life so young. And I think for me, I don't deserve to have that at such a young age, because people work all through their lives to get up to the age of 50, 60 before that they get that really good idea. And I think it's just, for me, that's just kind of the sort of person I am. I just don't feel like at that age.
I think that's important to be staying humble.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's important in how you show up, and that's important in how you scale, and that's important in, actually, to be honest, how you'll then pay your staff, how you'll then pay the people you work with, how you are with the people you work with. You'll be grounded. But like for me, I was in this like fortunate position where people are like, I want to get to retirement age. I want to retire at 40. I'm like, what would I do in retirement? I know. I would film videos.
Yeah.
I would have a podcast. I would do this. And I'm like, hold on. So I'm there too. I'm nowhere regarding revenue right there. But like, I've got enough money to pay for what I want to, what I need to pay for, and have a percentage left. Put enough aside to keep for rainy days, and put some in investments, and happy days, And then I can save towards a goal of, okay, I want to buy a new camera, or etc. So for me, it's all a perception. Yeah. For me, it's actually control over time, control over what I can do every day, control over who I spend my time with, what clients I have to say I can say yes or no to. So I think for me, I get to an extent why someone in your position or someone listening would potentially feel concerned, imposter syndrome, etc. But for me, that's a sign of growth. Like I was talking to my partner about this and a good friend of his this morning. It was like, the things that used to piss me off a year ago, they don't even scratch the surface now. I was like, that's a sign of growth. That's a sign I've grown. And I think it'll be interesting to see where we both are, but just looking at me personally, where I'm going to be in a year to two's time. Like the things I worry about now, are they even going to be things that I worry about? Probably not, right? But what would you say to people who are maybe on the fence about, they've got that idea, like you had, right? And they're like, yeah, but it's not safe. There's no 100% guarantee the business is going to work. Should they make the leap?
Yeah, absolutely. Because let's say the business idea, costs £5,000. You need to put £5,000 in for it to give it a chance to work. But you'll spend £5,000, and that to everyone that's a lot of money, isn't it? To spend £5,000 on an idea. Cut it,
that's £5,000,
But people will go and spend £400-500 a month at the pub, and that accumulates over a year as £5,000. So if you save that, stop going to the pub for a year, to people, that's what they enjoy doing. But let's say if you cut that out, put it in a pot, and then at the end of the year, try that idea. And then you'll be able, and if that idea works, you'll be able to do that business, plus go to the pub and still have money left over. So I think try it. But at the end of the day, for businesses to work, you've got to take risks, and take risks important. If you lose £5,000, make that £5,000 back again and try the idea and do something a bit different.
Do you think it's worth the lessons that you might learn in that though?
Yeah, lessons are like they're priceless.
Because like, even if you fail, the way I've looked at it for a long time is like you either are successful or you gain some lessons. You don't really fail. You're like, oh, don't do that again.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, those lessons are priceless for everyone. At the end of the day, if you spend £5,000 in that sort of idea and it doesn't work, you can use that to work out exactly what didn't work. So if you do want to try it again, you make sure you put those things right and see what happens. At the end of the day, not all businesses are going to succeed, and that's just a part of life. If 100% of businesses succeeded, the whole business industry, in every single industry, would be overwhelmed. It would be like there'll be too many, and there'll be so many around.
Like if you look at the odds, whether it's like gut, whether it's work, whether it's this, whether it's that, whether it's just managing cash flow, managing money, whatever, I think it's like the current statistics roughly when I last checked was like 97 to 95%, depending on where you look, of businesses are going to fail, right? So it's like, yeah, the odds are against you, but actually, if you extrapolate that out to the world, 17 billion people, actually, the odds that you win there are pretty fucking high, right? Now, yeah, maybe the numbers, like, in comparison to 17 billion people, quite low, but it's still going to be a couple of million people who win, you know?
Yeah.
And that's in the lower scale of that. Let's say we go 1%, you're still looking at close to just under a billion, right, of people who will still win. The question I guess I would have for the audience is, do you want to be in that 1 billion who has the freedom and the time and the ability to be able to be, quote, extraordinary, or do you want to climb the corporate ladder? Do you want to have the job, right, and then the 3 holidays, the 4 holidays, live for the weekend, live for the holiday, or have the freedom over your lifetime energy, resources, etc.
Yeah, for me, the sort of like the only worry that I have about running a business, and at the moment it's working brilliantly. It's on like 180% trajectory this year. We want to up it. One thing that's always in the back of my head is like, what if it fails tomorrow? But that's when you sort of put these sort of like data analyst things in place where you can read this data, and if it does start to
But you'll see it beforehand.
That's it. Yeah, I think that's what people worry about, is the fact that you'll be able to tell that these things are going wrong, and you can always put it right. So long as you have a good structure in place for if it does start to go on a bit of a downhill, you can just pull a lever and it will just go straight back up again. That's it.
For people who want to connect with seeing some of the content you do, check out what you do a little bit more, where's best for people to reach out to you?
Instagram, also on my website as well. You can have a look. You can fill out a form, chat to me. We've got a landline number as well if you want to chat to me on the phone. More than happy to chat to you on the phone. But yeah, my Instagram is Heat from the Spire. It's HEATFRM, all in one word. And obviously on the website, and everything's the same across all platforms as well. But best place to go is Instagram and my website for sure.
If you were going to talk to that 16-year-old who just flipped his first product, made a little bit of money, maybe a little bit insecure, what advice would you give him now?
I would tell him to keep going, reinvest wisely. I would say, in a sense, don't listen to everyone around you, because if I listened to absolutely everything anyone ever said to me, for example, my parents wanted me to stay in a full-time work. If I listened to that, I might still be laying bricks, and I wouldn't even have this place. I wouldn't have, a nice car that I have and stuff like that. And I would say just be wise about who you listen to. And if you want to take a risk at a young age, absolutely do it, because that is the best time in your life. You don't have a mortgage, you might not have kids and a lot of stuff. So the time to take risks is when you're in your teen years, or when you're still living at home. So that's the best time to start a business idea, because it's really hard to maintain and sustain a business, especially when you might be in your mid-20s, you have a mortgage, you have 4 kids, you're getting married next year, a lot of bills going flying out, expensive partners as well that might want to. So yeah, I would say absolutely go for it. And if anyone is young that does watch your videos or watches this from my page, just reach out and I could give you some advice.
Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed and let me know what you think in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon.
But entering the retail market was a huge step for us.
Like how you want to perceive yourself in the market.
It was a very difficult time, I think, for the business.
Do you think it's changed how you show up as a leader?
And it was honestly the most fun thing I've ever done. And it was stressful.
What do you think's missing in marketing right now?
When somebody rebrands, the general question is, has the company been dissolved?
Like you want to, in some ways, make him proud first.
I think if you've built brand loyalty, and by that I don't mean you're selling millions of products, but if people trust in you, I think as a person, you'll automatically gain respect within the market.
Let's restart everything. Let's replan the business model. Let's replan marketing. Let's replan everything. And then funnily enough, when I executed on those things, things changed. The results changed.
Work on yourself. Just work on yourself. Seriously. Like every day. Just be better every day.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of the podcast. Today's going to be a really special one because technically I'm actually interviewing my first client. Now, that sounds a bit weird, nearly 10 years in business now, but it is. So welcome to me. Welcome back. It's been, I think it's actually been, nearly 4.5 years since we've actually seen each other?
The last time I remember, I think we were shooting something on top of a car park in Salisbury.
Yes, we did.
And yeah, that's got to be about 4.5 years ago at least. So yes, it's great to be back and great to see you after all these years as well.
I know.
Yeah.
Super good. I mean, you were actually under a different brand then.
That's right. We were. So our legal entity remains the same, but we have rebranded to Anand, which incidentally is our family surname as well. And that came about through some hard lessons, I think, in business. One of the ones being most probably that you never really stop learning, I think, and when you get to a point where you think you've kind of, worked everything out, there's like this curveball thrown at you. So that was sort of what happened with us as a company. There were some legal obligations that we had to meet, and the old brand no longer resonated or could technically be used moving forward. So I think it all came about because we entered retail as a business. Predominantly, we are wholesale and hospitality. But entering the retail market was a huge step for us, and sort of at a national airport as well. So when that came about, I mean, it was a huge shock to the system because we had just launched this huge sort of project. There was 2 or 3 in the pipeline, and then all been vetted and all sort of been mustered up with this brand. And then to all of a sudden launch something, and then I think it was about 3 weeks later we had something to say. There were some legal obligations that had to be fulfilled. It was a huge shock to the system. So it was a very difficult time, I think, for the business, because I think being a director, I always say you have huge responsibilities for your staff and your company. And I think I felt at that time that, this was, do or die kind of thing. It was either we really got this going and sort of made the necessary adjustments. And we did. And, Anand was formed off the back of that. So, and it was honestly the most fun thing I've ever done. And it was stressful because, you're running this medium-sized operation. We employ up to 50 people, and all of a sudden you're rebranding, and everyone's question is why. And there's a fine line where you can tell someone why openly and why you can't. And the majority of the reason was, it was just something that we had to do as a business. So the rebrand came as a shock, but honestly, it really taught us a lot of valuable lessons from in there, because I think off the back of the name, we actually found a voice as a company. I felt for a few years that we didn't really know what we were. And I think that's really weird to say for a company that was fairly well established. I mean, you visited before as well. But I felt with Anand, all of a sudden, we're back to this blank canvas, right? And we're creating everything in reverse, which is the worst way to do it, don't get me wrong. But because it had to be done, it kind of forced our hand to look at aspects of business that we never had before. All of a sudden, we're engaging marketing companies, we're engaging branding companies, we're engaging companies that help you find your voice. I didn't know those things even existed. And all of that came off the back of my mentor saying to me, look, this is one of those times as a businessman where you either go big or you go home, right? And for me, it was like, we got to go big here. Like, I've invested too much time in this. Like, I've invested too many years, those sleepless nights, everything, to just, pack up and be like, yeah, we're done here. No, we're going to go big, and we're going to spend big. And sometimes that's not the best solution, but we kept a control of that, because spending big wasn't just throwing money blindly at stuff. It was really taking our time, really looking at companies that met our ethos, but also companies that we felt genuinely wanted us to do well. So they didn't make us just feel like a number amongst their client base. And that was hard to narrow down, because we made some mistakes along the way there as well. And in hindsight, it's easy to say, these things happen. But at the time, when you're financially forking out money, it's a huge, huge deal. So, I mean, look, it was an amazing journey. And it's been a year since we've rebranded, and I think as a company we couldn't be any happier than we are at the moment.
Do you think that maybe some people are really worried about rebrand? I mean, you kind of forced into it, but I think like maybe people who are listening who are maybe on the fence about like what do you gain from a rebrand? Was it just that voice and that like that really what I would call depth work when it comes to really understanding what your brand values are and like how you want to perceive yourself in the market? Would you say, or is it like if that's like a disconjointed? Because for some business, I think that can be really disconjointed for some people.
I mean, I'd answer that in reverse. So one thing you won't lose is your reputation, which was a huge aspect for us. It was, when somebody rebrands, the general question is, has the company been dissolved, or has something happened? Has the company gone bankrupt? Has there been a huge gross misconduct from somebody? And the thing is, like, you've got to get past that, because naturally as an individual, we would think that. And you've got to put yourself in the public domain as well as a director personally yourself and think from both sides. So for me, I think if you've built brand loyalty, and by that I don't mean you're selling millions of products, but if people trust in you, I think as a person, then you'll automatically, especially a small to medium-sized business, you'll automatically gain respect within the market. So we didn't realize how much respect we had amongst our clientele until the rebrand happened. And I think that's what carried us through. So I think there's this illusion that if I rebrand, I'll lose customers. And that's a general worry because, of course, you need your finances to run a business. And your clients are your clients. You spend years and decades working with them, whatever, right? But those relationships can be ruined at the, a drop of a hat as well. Split second bad decision. So I think what I've learned the most is that if you are genuine and you are genuinely there for your clients, and if they're not just a number to you, which is how we do things at Anand, then you will be absolutely fine because people will carry through. And that's what I noticed, that all of our clients said, we don't care if this company is called ABC tomorrow, but we want to work with the same leadership that we're working with within this company. And that's what made me realize that, not that I didn't know people were important, but it made me realize how important the team that we had were and how dedicated they were. And that all stems from, I think personally, from you as a director and what your attitude is within the business, how you look after people, how do you go about daily life, and how much do those people matter to you as well. And that kind of proved to me that, those things mattered a huge deal to us as a company, and it filtered right through. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think for me it's important to appreciate where you've come from, but also then understand, like, sometimes we have a growing pain, right?
Yeah.
So it's we're shifting into a new brand, we're shifting into like scaling up, etc. But one of the quotes that you gave me very many years ago that has really stood apart, that I wanted to remind you of, but also ask you to apply some context to, is people are loyal to their needs.
Yep, absolutely.
Do you I mean, how did you sort of, I guess that's a life lesson for a lot of people, but where's the story behind that?
So I think just sort of, I've been in business for about 10, 15 years myself, and I can't put a number on it now, to be honest with you, but it's been a very long time. And one of the things that you realize very early on is that it's very much a dog-eat-dog world. Like, as much as, you think you might be out there to set the agenda straight or to start this new, loving relationship with every single person, it never works out that way. And we realized very quickly that as a business, after surviving the first 5 years, like, a lot of people are just loyal to their needs. Like, when those needs are met, they will either move on or they'll no longer engage with you. And I mean, that's absolutely fine. It's a natural thing to happen as well. But to put it into context, I mean, if I look at how we operate with our clients at the moment, I don't think there's a single client that can say that, if their volumes drop with us, that we change our attitude towards them. Mm-hmm. Whether it's the smallest client on our sort of, accounting system, or it's a big renowned sort of company, it makes no difference to us. We work personally with every single client and every single person that we work with. And that might mean along the way you have to accept that once their needs are fulfilled, that they no longer will engage with you. But to put it into sort of context, that quote at the time came from, it was one of the things that we've always steered away from as a company. Don't be those kind of companies, or that company that is all over a client when it's hot. Yeah. And when it's not, they don't want to know, or they don't want to help them out with anything. And there are some clients that we work with that, we did millions of pounds of business with before. And all of a sudden, they have engaged another company, but there are times where they still engage us when there's an emergency, and we would never turn them down, because you've got to remember that whether they've moved on as a client to another supplier, they were also once your client and made up the DNA of your business to be what it is today. So I mean, it's something you have to get comfortable with, I think, in business, and grow some thick skin around that, because people are loyal to their own needs, and it's just the way of the world. For me, it's something that sort of, at the time, I think when you initially told me, I didn't really get it. Yeah.
Right. And now I can save like 6 years, 7 years down the road.
Yeah.
I get it. You know? And I think for me, it's one of those things where it may not even be deliberate from that person, that client, that customer.
No, yeah.
I think it's more around actually sometimes you just like there's only so much value you can add
Yeah.
to that customer, client, etc. You know?
Absolutely, and people have personal lives, and it's well, you know, it's easy to say, you know, don't involve your personal in your work life, but it's a very difficult thing to do as well. So sometimes we do forget that people might have stuff going on in their own lives. People move on, and all of a sudden a new person comes into that role in the company and doesn't see your business to be as valuable as the previous person. So there are elements of that as well.
Yeah.
But I think I've always found that there's no use keeping hatred and negativity about somebody moving on. I think you've got to accept that and look and think, you know, how can I learn from this? And how can I get better from this? And there was times that, you know, clients left us on a very bad note, completely unexpected. Some that didn't even pay, you know, the thousands of pounds they racked up in accounts, not to mention any names. And, you know, that didn't mean that we were not going to look at what we could have done better as a company. So I think it always starts with what's going on at home before you look anywhere else.
Yeah. Do you think, because I've been fortunate enough to be in business and grow and scale and adapt and be in a position where I think there's always some people who are saying like there's something going on in the economy or COVID or et cetera, et cetera. I mean, is it a mindset thing as an entrepreneur, as an owner? Because I've always been of the mind of like, yes, there's stuff going on, but actually your output can then fix your like if it's a revenue problem, then there's a solution for it. If it's a marketing problem, you can fix it. You know, it's down to you to fix it, regardless of like the economy's in bad shape. You know, a lot of people have said to me like the creative space is challenging.
Yeah.
Right now, you know, in comparison to maybe when like COVID was really good, for example, where there was loads of money floating around. But it's like, actually, I think for me, you've got to focus on what you're doing, and I think that's the key. But I mean, in your experience, have you? Is it kind of I guess a catch-all kind of? Oh, they're just saying it because the economy's hard, or as maybe as an excuse.
Look, I mean, there's no doubt the economy is very different to pre-COVID. But then it's also very different to 2009, when there was a huge crash, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's just a constantly sort of evolving, you know, situation. Yes, I do believe it's very difficult now to do business, no matter what field you're in. But there are some fields which feel legislation change particularly, you know, they feel it a lot more than some businesses. But I think you're right to say you can navigate through anything with a very positive mindset. And I think if you fold as a business, but you've given it your absolute everything, you'll sleep peacefully at night. And that's for me personally. And I felt that in a situation. I mean, you know, 2023 to 2024 financial year was our worst performing year as a business. And it was also the year that we rebranded. And there was a lot of sleepless nights there because revenue was, you know, rock bottom. We'd employed people that year, doubled our workforce because we were looking to go, you know, north, and ended up going south as a business. And naturally along that is a lot of doubt because you think, should I have employed these 6 people? Should I have done this? Should I have done that? And it's easy to say in hindsight that actually I'm worried then, but you generally do worry at that point. So I think it's a mindset and how you navigate. And the thing that got me through was just mindset. I think I am just so resilient, like to anything. I think right now in my life, where I'm just like.
Do you think that comes from your years of experience in business and knowing that actually sometimes you've just got to what I would call grunt it or push for it to you just figure it out?
I think it's both of those elements, but I think for me the biggest thing is upbringing. My dad was a very resilient character, hugely resilient, sorry, not was, is still a very, he's still there. He's an extremely resilient character, and a completely uneducated man, which I must add to this story as well. So to see him, you know, as a migrant in this country with little to no education, he still doesn't speak English fluently. And it was like, this guy struggled, and he struggled so much, but he made it. You know, he made it in his career and in his life. And it was like a lot of that played on my head at that point. And I don't think those things sit well with you, or you don't draw on those things sometimes in life. But when it really matters, those things will come in, and you'll know what your metal's like at that point as well, and how strong you are.
Do you think that was like a key in respect to like how well you've now done, like that, having that upbringing and having that, I guess, those values, or or what could be described as the correct values being installed into you? Even if it was like an information sponge point, like you as a kid
100%.
just taking that information, sort of saying, well, this is the upbringing I had.
I mean, 100%. But the thing is, I think I didn't realize that till I was about 35. So there's no like one fit solution to this. You know, it's just when it's going to hit you, and it hit me a couple of years back. The big change came from COVID. To be honest, COVID was a blessing for us as a company. I mean, and that's not because we made money off unfortunate situations, but it gave me an opportunity to come out of the operation and be like, pause, because it's not something we could have done the way we were going at that time. You know, we were climbing as a business. There was no structure, there was nothing, and it was just like, this is going to be a massive train crash one day. And COVID came and just put the brakes on everything, and it allowed us to restructure. So when we came out of COVID, I'd say that's my real journey in business started then. Because all of a sudden now I'm responsible for totally different things. Because now I'm actually acting like a director. I'm not now, you know, stuck in the operation. And there were so many things that were falling off the side. So it was about coming in, containing that, and then restructuring the business through that. And then certainly obviously the rebrand came behind it. There is that, and obviously the resilience side. I'm you know, for me, I learned that from my dad, and I have huge admiration for the man. And that's to say, you know, I rub shoulders with a lot of businessmen, but I take my dad's advice very seriously in life. I always have, but I don't think you as a child or as an adolescent at the time, like, will particularly understand that. But if you're exposed to that environment, I think it does rub off on you at some point. And for me, you know, I want to be like him. Yeah. Like, I look at him and I think, you know, just the way he stands and acts and stuff, right? So, huge influence on my life, yeah.
Do you think it's changed how you show up as a leader, as a, or even in your marketing maybe as well? Like that core, like you want to in some ways make him proud first, is what I'm sort of hearing from you. Would you say?
I think I don't really think in that way, to be honest. Like, for me, it's not about making other people proud. Like, I think as long as you know you're on the right journey, I think honesty is very important in business. And I sleep very well at night, no matter what the situation is on the day. Everybody knows me, knows that once this guy is out, he's out for the night. So, and I think a lot of that comes from your ethos, and there are many shortcuts you can take, or there is the difficult untraveled routes that you can follow as well, or create yourself along the way. And I think I'm more sort of on that journey of testing my limits, and also just not stressing out, you know, along the way. And there are times where you obviously get stressed within business, right? But I think as a director, you've always got to have that sort of facade where everything's okay, and sometimes it's not. But you need to have that, because you know you need to always give your staff and your company the assurance that you've got it under control, because the buck does stop with you, the director.
To install that confidence into the team?
I'd like to think they're confident without that, But I think what's your problem as a businessman should not rub off onto your team, because it's for you to deal with and put those things right. And I'd like to think we've created enough leaders now within our organisation that those sort of mistakes won't be repeated again. But that, again, is no one's fault. That's your responsibility as an owner or a managing director of a company.
As I say, do you think people struggle with taking accountability for themselves? Like when things go wrong in business or when things go wrong, like they're more likely to go, oh, it's your fault, rather than it's my fault and it's what I could have done better.
I think it's an easier route these days. And society kind of allows you to get away with that now. Do you know what I mean? But I think in your heart of hearts, you always know when you could have done something better. And I'm that kind of person where even if something has 0% my fault within it, I'd be thinking, what could I have done better? Or what could I have done to negate this issue? Is there anything?
Do you think
I could
that
have
what
done?
makes you stand out though? Because if you're going to say the culture of maybe the country or like the and on average it's externally. Surely the unique advantage could be, actually it's my fault. How can I do it better? What can I do?
I think any great leader, let's go back. I don't consider myself great in any sort of way, I don't think I stand out in any sort of way there. But one thing I've noted is like great leaders, whether they're businessmen, politicians, war generals, whatever, there's a lot of accountability. There's a lot of responsibility they take. And I don't think you can really take responsibility unless you hold yourself accountable. I know that might not make sense, but in my head it does. So I think
that's really true, and I think that you have to take a self accountability to what goes wrong, right? Like I've spoken in content quite a lot about last year was really hard, economically, business wise, etc. Now I could go down the approach of, well, it was a harder year and it was financially this and there was political uncertainty and this and this and this, or I could say, well, what am I doing?
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Like, how am I showing up? How am I leading with value?
Yeah.
Am I leading in the right way? What's my office structure like? What's my business structure like? And then what I did was actually go, okay, right, so clearly something isn't working. Right, so let's go back to basics. Let's restart everything. Let's replan the business model. Let's replan marketing. Let's replan everything. And then, funnily enough, when I executed on those things, things changed. Results changed.
Yeah.
So I think for me, especially something that you can't overly control, right? Like who's in the government, what the government policy is, etc., etc. That's why you should focus on you. That's why you should focus on what you're doing and what your key is, I guess, in some ways. But what do you think's missing in marketing right now that people maybe don't look at, or like either what you're doing specifically or maybe what you're seeing as like potential opportunities?
What I've seen, because we engaged with a lot of marketing companies before we decided to go with the one we did, it was just like how bad the quality of stuff is out there. And I don't know whether it's just that people settle for, whatever's kind of fed to them, or don't challenge back enough on things. And for us, I was like, no, I don't want to look like a Pret or a Starbucks, because those things are fucking done. Like, I don't want to be that brand. No, I don't care how they're presenting their material. It makes no sense to what we do. And, the comeback from some of the marketing companies was, oh, yeah, but, you're operating in a different domain. Yeah, we're operating in the aviation domain. It's a huge domain to this country. I mean, you saw what happened when aviation shut down with the ash cloud. Yeah. I said, we're operating in a very high marketable area. But I don't need to be another one of these brands. So there's this whole, I think in marketing, they've kind of got these slots in their head. Where, oh, okay, you're in hospitality, so let's just follow the footprint of this company. You're in travel, let's follow the footprint of this. No, it needs to be personal to you as a company. And I think no matter what size you are, I think you've got to have that arrogance and you've got to have that strength to be like, no, this is shit. I'm sorry. Yes, you might be saying to me this is going to cost me £5,000 a month, but I do not value this at £5,000 a month. Like, this content is shit. And it was until we took that stance, we were able to filter out the companies that we actually wanted to work with. And it ended up actually being a company that had absolutely minimal experience in marketing, had a very strong presence in videography. They did some of our content. We sat down and said, we'd love the opportunity to market for you. And I was sold on the directors of that company. And I think that's a huge valuable lesson, that don't just go out into the market and think, I'll go to the marketing agency that does marketing for X, Y, and Z. No, that will not be the necessary fit for your company. You need to find the necessary fit for your company. So overall, I think it's a huge gap in the market there. If somebody's willing to come in a company and work personally with smaller businesses, I think it's a huge market, because everybody wants to catch the big fish. And big fish will potentially have the budgets just to pay and be like, yeah, the campaign didn't really work out. But as a small business, you can't really afford to do that. Every campaign has to work out. And whether you're small, whether you're a medium-sized business like we are, it has to work, because you're paying a lot of money for that to work. So huge gap in the market. I think there aren't many companies that I would look at and think there's a good reputation there, even though they work with big brands, because they will just consider you a small fish and think that they can pull the wool over your eyes. And I think it's very important, no matter what size you are, that you're the captain of your ship.
Yeah.
No matter how small it is, how big it is, you've got to lead by example there. And if you have to have the loudest voice, then you've got to have that as well.
I'm glad you mentioned video, because I think sometimes people, they're overwhelmed by it, they're concerned by it.
Yeah.
They're like, well, I mean, why do you use it? Right, was the key, the question there. But I think there's so much that there's from my experience, there's psychology around oh my God, I sound like a dick on camera, or I don't like the sound of my voice, or this is how I look. But there's also then the tactics, or the tech side, right? Now, obviously, if you're bringing in a videographer, you don't need to worry too much about the tech side. But I still think you should, at some principle, you should understand it. I mean, why did you? Because you mentioned that you leaned into it. I mean, why did you lean into it?
I was obviously introduced to yourself into videography. I didn't have any. We know videos get made, but it wasn't something you ever gave second thought to. For me, it was just kind of okay, I need to stop worrying about how I look or sound on camera. Just be genuine to who you are, what you're talking about. If it produces great content, it does. If it doesn't, whatever. it's not the end of the world. And obviously, it was a changing landscape at the time as well. I think all of a sudden, Instagram changed its algorithms, videos and reels, and all these new terms are coming out. And I'm like, what the hell's actually going on? And it was just something that came about. And for us, because we're hospitality and retail catering, imagery and videography is a huge aspect of what we do as part of marketing as well. Of course, you can't just keep marketing with, let me take a picture of this and just keep sticking on social media. It doesn't really work that way. So for us, it was okay, we need to open our horizons here and actually look at things that work, and just keep yourself open-minded in the process.
I think it's something that people should always try, and then see what the data then tells you, right? In whatever the campaign is, whether you're doing short form, long form, etc., etc. But I think it would be important when talking about data to think about AI, right? We're seeing an AI boom. Do you see it as we're all maybe in trouble, or some people, you're very obviously service based in respect to what you do, so it might not be as relevant, but is there elements of AI in your business? Do you utilize it, or have you gone the other way and said, actually no, we're going to lean into the fact that we are doing it ourselves and we're not maybe using it as a utilizational tool? Because I see it as a tool that can be sharpened rather than it replacing you.
I mean, there were people in our team that were huge believers in AI, and there are elements of it that we use, no doubt. But I feel with what we do, if we invest too much into or rely too much on AI, I think it will stop your mind from working. And I think it's very important that you're engaged consistently.
From just a cognitive ability.
Cognitive ability. And I think you don't want to get into a situation where, you're relying on technology to tell you what to do, because then all of a sudden you're not problem solving yourself. Or, use it where you can, don't get me wrong, if you're stuck or whatever. But I just think that there are certain aspects of business, old school values, that no matter, they've tested all elements of time and survived. So technology important, AI important, but I don't think it's do all and end all.
No, I think that's a really port and reflection. I think it can be, and I'm using the analogy of you sharpen the knife and then use it, right? Because I think it's a tool, and we need to be careful with how we use the said tool. But like for me, I'm also building habits around like doing more physical reading, right? Because I'm aware that if I use AI, my cognitive ability may become less. So I'm like, how can I actually increase my cognitive ability with effort and energy, right? And I think for me, that's the difference, and that's why I think like you can still be sharper. But were you always maybe looking at, like, because I think when we look at maybe the arbitrage, or maybe we're looking at for an advantage as a whole, were you always someone who maybe looked at technology and saw the opportunities it could give? Because I think sometimes people, they sort of put their defense mechanism up and go, no, you know, we're not going to use it. We're not going to do that because it's scary and new.
You've got to use technology. It's not, I mean, a side story, but a family friend, I mean, he owns about 20 to 30 industrial units in West London. And he's a landlord on all 30, and he accumulates rent of all 30, is the managing agent of his own estate, charges his own service charges as well. So huge business. And in COVID, he had an issue where his bookkeeper caught pneumonia and was hospitalized. So he called me and said, I need some help with software and accounting. And I remember driving to his place thinking, there's just going to be so much advanced systems here because it's a huge business. So I don't really know what I'm going to be able to advise him on. When I got there, I was completely shocked that he had no accounting system, no software, and he was doing everything manually. To the point where he was even adding up sums on a piece of paper or his ledger, physical ledger. And I was like, and these are not small figures, 7,200, 9,229, and he's calculating all this on paper, and he's got this account running he's got a book per tenant running, and I'm like, shit, there's no way they can't be mistaking this. Like, there is absolutely no way. So his first job for me was, I want to move all of this onto an accounting system.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I thought, like, that is just madness. Like, it's absolute madness. And I remember setting up Xero for him. And I mean, I'm no Xero professional, right? We have a team that runs our accounts and stuff, but he wanted this to be a personal favor. So I remember shifting all of these physical ledgers onto an accounting software. And the sums were wrong by like thousands. So his first comment to me was, I need to recover this £62,000, which is owed to me in rent. When we actually shifted everything onto a ledger, the figure was about 225,000, which was owed to him. So it's like nearly 3 times what he thought was owed. And that was his change at the age of 62 towards technology, that I need to adapt. And that was the point where he was like, no,
Was it an eye-opener for him?
Sorry?
Was it an eye-opener?
I think it opened...
Like, how did he react?
I think it opened everything that he had within him, because he was just like, he goes, I don't even know how many years I've been losing money for, which is the main thing. And he always had tenants, I said, and came to him like, this rent figure is wrong. And he was like, no, he's adamant it's right. And I was like, an accounting system will put all that to bed. All of a sudden, the queries went down by like 90%. People stopped querying their bills because it was all automated. Each tax code was set. Every expense was set. And I mean, that was like, okay, there's also no time limit to when a person can wake up and see that they need to adapt to technology. And coincidentally, he got very ill last year himself. So he had his son come in and take over the business. And it was a very seamless handover because everything was sorted. So you could easily, you'd have to spend some time kind of understanding what's going on here. But it was handed over with something in place that you can just pick up and go with it,
Yeah.
opposed to like, why is this or why is that or why is that? Everything was annotated. So yeah, look, you have to adapt. I don't think you can as a business. I mean, we didn't start using software till quite late into our life, business life as well. It was like 3 or 4 years in, we were creating invoices off Excel and that kind of stuff. And I was like, this can't be the way. And then slowly we've adapted to stuff. There are things that I think are really unnecessary in business as well. You don't need technology for absolutely everything. But yeah, basics like accounting and stock management, staff management, telematics on vehicles. You've got to have that. I mean, we had one of our drivers had a terrible crash last month, and the police wanted to know, what speeds were both vehicles travelling at, and we were able to prove that because we had the telematics. And the third party wasn't able to do that, which, favoured us as a business because we were able to prove that we were within, or our driver was within the speed limit, didn't harshly brake. So technology is a lifesaver in certain places, and you've got to have it for the basics of your business. Yeah.
You're specifically, obviously, a very niched business in
Yeah.
regards to the sector that you serve. Have you always been that way? And if so, was that a very conscious decision from day one to be like, I'm going to serve this?
Nope. Aviation just came about, to be honest. Well, I say it came about, but I kind of think you set your own destiny in some ways. We were so busy trying to survive as a company, but it was just like customer focus.
Yeah.
Make sure the customer gets everything they can from you, even if it means you're losing something. Just give your customer absolutely everything and make them feel special. And we do that till date. So in some ways, business is a funny thing because you can never say, I set out to do this and it happened. Because I think you've got to, a lot of things happen around it and you end up taking a different route. So, I mean, I discuss aviation a lot, but we work heavily with construction. We work heavily with tech companies as well. And we have a huge footfall in the city as well. And none of those things were ever targeted. I don't think we actually knew what we wanted to do when we started business. We just knew we wanted to serve food and, have a business as such, right? So it was like, okay, how do we do that now? And I think along the way, your business will adapt. Things will come up. You'll see value. For us, it was about understanding our niche. And I don't think we understood our niche until post-COVID, which is scary because that was 10 years into the business. 10 years? 7, 8, sorry, maybe 8 years into the business. But it was what is our niche? Our niche is not aviation.
Yeah.
Because there's a hell of a lot of companies that operate within that. Our niche is short lead times. You get hold of anybody at any time of the day or night. We will solve your problems. And if we don't, we will make sure we've done everything possible to try to solve that problem for you as a client. Now, there are some clients that have my number specifically, and they will only call me in situations because although I'm the director of the company and we have an amazing workforce, I've built that relationship with them personally when I was building the company out. And I can understand why they only want to come through to me. I totally get that. But my attitude towards them doesn't change irrespective of my position in the company. And we distill that through our staff, completely distill it through our staff. That nobody's bigger than the company. We help a client in any given situation that we can. If we are closed for the day and something comes up for somebody, we will do everything we can to make sure that we solve that problem for them. And we've become that. I think that's been our niche. Our niche is we are problem solvers. And that's helped us also recruit the right people. And people don't come to this company thinking, I'll just spend 9 to 5 behind a desk and I'm done. They're problem solvers. And we make sure they become problem solvers. And our retention rate's amazing. I mean, we've had one staff member leave in the last 2 years, which is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, there are obviously niggles. There are obviously things that, staff feels management can do better or management feels ownership can do better. But I think that's a healthy relationship, and it's good to have that open dialogue. But it's so important to treat your staff well. And that doesn't mean just money or pay. I think just an attitude, sometimes just asking people how they are, talking about the football or having a normal conversation makes people realise that actually you're a normal person yourself.
Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, I guess in a business your size, is there a level of all the directors are in today, kind of like, oh, it's really scary, and then if so, how do you either defuse that or lead with empathy to be like, hey, I'm a human too?
I think because I've never really come in like wanting to feel important. I think because I was, working the fields, as you can say, when I first started. I've kept the same attitude now. If someone's a new starter or hasn't been around or hasn't got to know me because of the size of the business now, so they probably don't interact with me as much, they're put to ease by the older staff because they're like, this guy is actually really calm and really chill. Like, he'll come in and be like, let's order some pizza. Or did anybody watch the football or the cricket or whatever? I mean, it's like we have our company WhatsApp groups, and I was at the cricket India-England the other day, and I'm sending in the group chat, a photo of myself at cricket, but that helps people just feel like, I'm not intentionally doing that. I'm just doing that because I've always done these kind of things. And there are staff that say, they don't feel like sometimes that I'm the owner of this company just by how I act, how I am. I'm very relaxed. Mistakes are fine. I think we've always said that, look, it's fine to make a mistake, but don't let it become a repetitive mistake and we're not learning from. So it's that yin and yang. I think you've got to find the balance. For me, it's very hard to be serious with people, especially my day-to-day staff, because I think their life is serious enough without me having to add to it. Our work is serious enough without me having to add to it. So I try to, just be chill around them. If there's problems, I'll take that up with my higher management, and we will deal with it away from our team. But I think it's very important to have that balance as well.
Do you think, as a founder, as a director, as a leader, that maybe not you specifically, but those people in the question, leadership founders, they maybe have an ego problem, and if so, like, is that maybe their undoing sometimes? Like, they have a massive ego, they care about the car, they care about the house, they're keeping up with the Joneses, but they don't necessarily lead with maybe the correct, what I would describe at least as the correct values.
Yeah.
Do you think that has a strong impact as from a leader, from a founder, from a kind of how you show up for your staff, your employees, your higher management, etc.?
I think so. I mean, the people with, if you've got the nice car, the big house, you've made it in some elements in life, and that's amazing for you as a person. I'm really happy for people that are able to do that.
But do you think it comes from an insecurity sometimes?
From insecurity, did you
like
say?
They're doing it like, I've got the car because I don't maybe love myself as much, or like I'm trying to fill a hole potentially in their own self.
I think everyone's trying to fill a hole in some way within themselves. I think we all have that. I mean, there isn't a perfect person out there.
No, of course.
Let's start with that. We all have our blemishes end of the day, and there are things that we can always improve on. But I've been in business long enough to see both aspects. I've seen people that feel like they need to show their hard work or remind people how hard they've worked by showing possessions.
Yeah.
And they do that more for others opposed to themselves, which is sad. I think it's quite sad. And I don't mean that in a horrible way, but I genuinely think like I'd hate to be in that position myself as a person. Starting out younger, I was obviously the general perception around business, one day I'll have a really nice car and I'll wear those clothes and I'll wear, I'll buy this and I'll buy that. But I think once you're fully invested in your business, all those things would just not matter anymore. Like, for me, it doesn't matter right now that I'm wearing discounted Next Aspidrills or I'm wearing a certain branded top. It matters nothing to me whatsoever. Because I think
more about the quality of the person then?
I think...
Or the quality of the founder, the quality of the leader?
It's like, what's your higher purpose? Like, you've got to think, that's what you've got to think of. And I think if your purpose goes beyond materials, you've got a bigger purpose in life. You're not thinking... I mean, I get absolutely no joy. I mean, I love my car. Don't get me wrong, I love sitting in my car. But if I get a phone call, the problems are still as bad as they would be on a bus or on a train.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, that materialistic thing matters in no way.
Yeah.
Right? So for me, I think it's like, you've got to be like, okay, why am I in this? But what am I about as well as a person? And people lose one of those two aspects somewhere along in the business. They either forget why they're doing what they're doing, or they'll forget who they are. And for me, I can't do that, because I grew up eating dinner on the floor. I never sat on a dining table, because traditionally, my dad grew up, there was no dining tables, in his household in 1960, whatever it was, in India, because he was from a very poor background, post-partition of India, Pakistan. So they grew up sitting on floors and eating. So he distilled that in us. And there are times where we're just out and about and we're having a working lunch, and I'll just sit on the curbside, because I'm totally happy with that. Like, because I don't need to change as a person, I feel, to show my status or to show who I am. Like, for me, I'm another person in this world.
Do you think by having that level of humility, level of like humbleness, will keep you, I guess, in some ways empathetic or like connected with every layer of your company in respect to management and the people and the staff, and gives you more, I guess, humanity in respect to how you lead?
Absolutely, because you'll be a human before you're anything else. A human that actually feels other people's pain and their situations, opposed to just your own consistently. Yeah. But it's very important for your personal life as well, because I've got 2 young kids. I was at sports day yesterday with them, and my he's just four now, and he's starting school in September. So yesterday was his sports day and today's his last day at school. And the parents were all sitting together and we're talking about schools, and we talked about, where he's going to be schooling and where they're going to be schooling. And it was just like an amazing conversation, because no one's judging anyone, because everyone's on the same footing at this moment in time. Yeah. But you start to get a feel as life goes on, as you grow older, that it becomes, who's going to the independent school? Who's going to the state school? Oh no, they must have so much money because his or her son's going to the independent, or his or her daughter's going to the independent school. But it matters nothing if you as a person still have humility, I think. And it doesn't matter whether you're sending your kids to a certain aspect or spending X amount on yourself. It's how you are as a person, how you treat people. I think it's hugely important, and even more so when you know that the person you are treating well can't give you as much value back as you can give them. I think that's a huge aspect of you as a character.
Yeah. I think also it's a pay it forward mentality to an extent, right? Like, I think what you output will also reflect back on you in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc.
At some point, it will definitely reflect back on you.
Whether you believe in karma, whether etc. Right? Whether maybe don't go about our belief system, but like whatever your belief system is, there's always a crossover there. And I think, especially when we go back to business, I think that's true in marketing as well. Yeah. Right. A lot of the work I'm doing at the moment is actually, how can I scale out what I'm doing and then build systems so that it allows me to be more present for clients. So then in turn I can do a better job, which in turn means then when I take on new clients, I can ensure that the quality is the same, right? And actually, I think partly because I will say no to certain projects or certain clients or certain things. Do you look at that when you potentially look at a client or working with a customer, etc.? Do you say no sometimes? And if so, where does that mindset come from to be able to have the humility, I guess, or the confidence to say, actually, no, you're not the right fit for us?
I think as a leader, you're responsible for a lot within your organization, and I think you realize that the more you grow as a business. It's something which is easy enough to ignore if you're stagnant, or if you're growing through the growing pains, right? And it's a very painful area when you're growing as a business. And I mean, by no means is Anand a multinational business, but I feel the pain of it every day when we grow. And majority of the time it's financial pain, because the bigger you become, the more restraints you get on your cash flow. And there's times you're thinking, I just want to be small again. I just want to be that business that everything was done on account, payment on receipt or whatever, right? But all of a sudden now we've got payment terms. There's clients that rack up huge bills, but we know we're not going to get the money for 60 days or 30 days. And, you know, there's clients that, I mean, there was a client that came in, and we're absolutely wonderful with each other now, but they started and they, you know, said, we won't pay you for 90 days, but we'll give you this much business. And everybody was like, oh, that's an amazing deal to be done. And it was somebody from our team, actually, because when I consulted him, and he said, there's absolutely no point to take this business on, because if this client's going to be giving us £150,000 a month, we won't have that for 90 days. So all of a sudden we would have racked up something like 500,000 in 3 months. Or this business would have racked up 500,000 with us and that's a huge risk, because we only get paid 150,000 out of that 450 after 3 months.
Yeah.
And then it becomes that again. And then it becomes that again. And if that goes down tomorrow, we're going to be losing 500,000 as a business. And that's not just the revenue, there's the cost that comes with it as well.
Yeah, because you have to pay out the cost anyway.
Of course.
And I think sometimes when people look at business, they maybe don't appreciate it, right? They'll see them with the nice car, they'll see them with the new studio, whatever it is. But I look at it and go, oh, that's a lot of money.
Yes.
You know, oh my God, that's a lot of costs.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And I think it's how, I guess in some ways we develop as people to stomach those costs as leaders.
Definitely. And I think it's, Carlton, it's got to be your attitude as well.
Yeah.
I think you've got to, I do not think that there is a company in the world, I do not think there's a single company in the world that should ever come to you and try to take advantage of the size of your business.
Yeah.
Or play on the vulnerabilities. But unfortunately they do, because that's the way the world works. And that's where I think you've got to show your mettle. Like, how much do you value yourself as a business? How much do you value your services as a business? But be able to back that up with quality as well, which is a fine line, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean you've got to have the best product in the market, but absolutely deliver on everything that you say you're going to deliver on. If it costs you to deliver on it, you deliver on it irrespective. You don't just shortcut and then leave yourself exposed in the market for having a bad reputation. But I think it's self-belief. But I know that doesn't come when there's no income or little income, because only self-doubt's there at that point. But my last 2 years in particular in business have taught me, gotta value yourself.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean you go and shit on people's parade, or you go and mistreat clients, or if somebody comes in trying to bargain with you that you mistreat them. You've got to hold your firm in a polite way, but you've got to know what your business is about, and you've got to know where you're strong and where you're weak, and you've got to be able to make the right decisions. And sometimes the first decision is not always the best decision.
Yeah.
But leave the ball open where you're still able to have dialogue with clients. There's times where we made, mistakes. We've misjudged, and we wouldn't be human if we didn't. But it's, how do you react to that? Yeah. How do you go back and manage that? How do you have the humility to say, we got this wrong, but still be able to have that relationship with your client?
I think as well, and I had a very fortunate conversation a couple of weeks ago about this, and it was like, we just worked with a brand new client, and one of the things they said to me about why they chose us or me, however you want to perceive it, is that because I was the most expensive out of the ones they were talking about, and for like maybe a newcomer or etc., that sounds weird, right? Because it's like, why would you win the work but you're the most expensive? And I think from what they told me, it sounded like it was like, well, I've got the gonads, I've got the balls, or whatever you want to call it, I've got the confidence to say, no, this is how much this is what I'm going to commit to price wise, but then also I'm going to follow it up with the value that I'm going to lead with as well.
Huge.
Do you think sometimes people get really challenged on price?
Always. You're always going to be challenged on price.
And then how do you deal with that? I guess with them with the conversation, like, is there certain scenarios where you're like, no, we're going to maybe negotiate by this much, but our final price is non-negotiable here?
I think there's two ways to do it. I mean, I've been on the opposite end of that spectrum where I've bargained just for the sake of taking on the business, and I've negotiated myself into positions that are like the least favourable in the end. But it's easier said than done as well. But I think you've got to know your costs, know where you sit, know what you're trying to achieve out of that deal, because sometimes you take on a deal with the hope that it's going to lead to bigger and better things, which is fine if you know your market. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen in that way, but it's a calculated risk.
Do you think sometimes you have to take something that's maybe not ideal client, if it is just I need to make this money? Or would you still say no?
For us, I don't think we really have that, because we're quite niche in what we do.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone that comes to us generally needs us, or we need them in some aspects as well. But there are, I mean, you won't know until you start working with someone, I always say. And the ones that you think are going to be troublesome end up actually being the better clients. And the ones that you think, you know, because they're a big brand, sometimes extracting money can be an absolute pain, which is why relationships are very important. And you've got to go above and beyond. A business deal is not just, you know, here's my service, I've provided it, here's my invoice, you pay it, thank you very much. It's all the stuff in between, the dialogue, the things that you don't cost. It's impossible to cost a project, you know that.
Yeah.
To the T. You can't do that. Because we never add our own time into that, really, if you think about it, as a business. And even if you add your own time as a calculation, they'll still be like, oh shit, I'm still spending too much time on this business. But it depends what your end goal is. If your end goal is like, I just want to be done with this client, get their money, and I don't care whether they contact me again, then that's a very different mindset. Or if you want to always leave you never know when a client might need you, that's a very different mindset as well.
I think
when you've done 30 years, you're really invested. You're really embedded in the business. The risk that you face when you've been loyal to a company for that long.
I mean, I've always been of the view that like content will work, email marketing will work, networking will work, going to a trade show will work, but only if you do one.
That business gave me a solid foundation. I understood the basics of most areas of business. I experienced working with logistics, with marketing, with operations.
I look at how many views did I gain between 4 weeks ago and now.
Don't get me wrong, we've done that loads. I mean, email marketing was one for us.
I can focus on three main things: the podcast, client delivery, and the event.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think AI is the assistant and we're the leaders of that.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of the podcast, this time in London. Today we're going to be with Michelle from, I guess it's from Eden now, but it was, as you'll find out briefly, from I'm going to go with corporation that no longer exists.
Sadly so, yes.
So,
no longer on the high street.
I mean, it kind of does, but not in the same way.
It exists under another name, yes.
Should we stop being elusive? And should
we should definitely stop being elusive. It's W.H. Smith's. For those of you that didn't guess, it's W.H. Smith's, yes.
I'll start here. I mean, how did it feel? Because obviously you were, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were a regional manager.
Yeah, so I looked after the north of the country for W.H. Smith's, yeah. I mean, I was with them for 30 years, so I grew from being a Saturday girl on the till to that position of looking after all the stores in the north. But yeah, at the point I finished, I looked after about 304 stores in the north.
And what made you make the leap? Did you transition out? Because I think when you're in a position like that, maybe the money's good, or was it just like, oh my God, not this again. I hate the inside of my car.
I don't know really, because I think when you've done 30 years, you're really invested. You're really embedded in the business. You are earning really good money. And you're super comfortable. And the reason you're comfortable, and this to me is the sort of the risk that you face when you've been loyal to a company for that long, you've kind of got into the zone of corporate muscle memory. So I didn't really have to think that much anymore. Yeah. So I was earning a good wage. I was doing a job that I liked for a company I was really invested in. But ultimately, I'd kind of lost the ability to be myself. The company had changed. I'd changed. And it was just time, I think, to find something that was me.
I guess there's a natural kind of, sometimes there's maybe a disconnect. Like you were who you were then, you grew 30 years and then you wanted to go this way, but they wanted to either downscale or go that way.
I don't know if it was a case of they wanted to go this way and I wanted to go that way. Because in all honesty, I could probably have done another 20 years for them. Because genuinely, I was really embedded in the business and I loved it. I loved the people. I mean, you literally know everybody when you've done 30 years. You know every store, you've been to every place. But I just sensed that it wasn't going to be right for me in the future. You know, I think you just get a knowledge of, I've got all this experience, I'm getting my own mind, my own voice more, and that needs to be somewhere else for it to develop and grow.
Yeah.
It's not going to be develop and grow here. Or I can stay and carry on doing what I've always done for another 20 years.
So was it, I guess, in some ways a personal development shift for you? Because we were talking just while we were setting up about, you know, the difference that you now have with where you are with Eden.
Yeah, I didn't know it at the time. I honestly didn't know it at the time. So it was a leap of faith moment, really. And then the weird thing for me was COVID literally happened on the Friday of the week that I left. So I gardened for about 12 months. So in that period, I really did start to think, well, what's going to work for me now? And do you know what? It is not an easy thing. I now see people going through that same process of leaving something really big and corporate that they know well and then trying to find their way. It's difficult.
Do you think that it comes with a, because we were talking before we started, that I'm going to find it very hard to go into corporate now because I've got the freedom of self-employed. I guess you could say I know what works marketing-wise, especially right now.
Yeah.
And I would have to fit perfectly into a team culture-wise for it to work.
It would depend what you'd want that for. For me, that business gave me a solid foundation. I understood the basics of most areas of business. I experienced working with logistics, with marketing, with operations. It taught me to be resilient. You know, they were a company that was adaptable. I mean, they survived on the high street. So it did give me an understanding of how you support a business to survive, to protect its people, to protect the brand, etc. But yeah, on the other side of it, the thing that you're talking about, having your own voice, that freedom to shape a culture, shape a business, shape the dynamics of what the team are doing. For me, that didn't exist in that type of business because I think they have to have really clear communication, real clear clarity of message. Yeah. And if you're someone who wants to divert or disrupt that can be very
regardless
difficult.
Of maybe how good the idea is.
Regardless of how good
because
the idea is.
Because it is a triangle in that respect. You know, you have to follow the top. And I always found I was always in a box.
I think so. And as well, and you can have, and also it's the ability to push that idea through because some ideas do make it through. But what do they say? It's like steering an oil tanker, not a speedboat. Yeah. So it's the perseverance, it's that just ability to doggedly slog through with that idea till somebody says, yeah, we can make that work, and you get people behind you. But you learn so much from that. So I could see you going into corporate and learning a ton of stuff. But because I know you, I can't imagine you there because you're more entrepreneurial. Yeah. You shape things. You do things that you believe are right, not what people tell you is the right thing to do. So Smith's was all about just execute, and deliver. Whereas now I get to shape and change and mould and mentor and support elements of that in a business like WH Smith's, but now with a lot more heart and my own voice behind it.
Do you think, I mean, obviously, for those who don't know, you've moved into Chief Strategy Officer. This is the first time I've heard of it. I mean, in a nutshell, what is that? What is it? What does actually your day-to-day look like and feel like?
I guess it's about, ultimately, it's having the long-term plan and strategy for that business. So the growth plan. So looking at quick wins, middle term, long term. So saying, where is Eden as a business going? But then from that, understanding, I guess, some of the fundamental change. So what are the operational and robust things we need to put in place to get it there? Yeah. But also having the freedom to be inventive, to work with the team, to generate ideas. So I would say I'm the person who knows the long term, but I'm also the person that wants to generate all the bits in between that move us in that direction. And some of it is quite simple. Some of it is really quite complex. It's about building teams, it's about building roles and responsibilities and processes.
Yeah.
But then it's about looking at innovation, deciding what we want to do, NPD, all the fun side. And I think for somewhere like Eden, Chief Strategy Officer is because we want to scale up and grow the business, but we don't fundamentally, well, I don't believe fundamentally we can lose the heart of what Eden is.
Yeah.
It started in somebody's house with the founder and his partner and a couple of people working for him. And it's grown now into its own HQ, its own warehousing, employing 26 people. There are loyal customers who've been with that brand for that whole 12 years. So we've got to scale it up because we want more people to join the organisation and more customers to experience the brand. But we don't want to lose the heart of what Eden's all about. And I think it's my job to make the scale up happen, but make sure Eden remains Eden.
Do you think it's difficult? Because by proxy of scale, you have to somehow, like I'm in this, as we were discussing before, I'm in this struggle at the moment where actually things have gone like a lot better than planned. Happy
Which
days.
is brilliant.
Right, great place to be, grateful place to be. But it's also like a legitimate issue in the respect to actually now I've got to like, how do I duplicate myself? Because that's potentially the position I'm in.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to like continuing the next step now, which is actually continuing with what I feel is working. But sort of, I guess, because I'll never be able to replace me sat here in front of a camera.
No.
Right? I can outsource everything else, but the only bit I'll never be able to, especially if a client is very tied to, I want Colton on the production, I want Colton on the marketing, etc. It's going to be difficult. I mean, did the team at Eden find that as well?
I think
Because obviously you sell a product, right? But the essence is still there.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately our main product, it's dog food. I mean, that's what we produce and sell, premium quality dog food. I think when I came in to that business, it was difficult because it was change. It was somebody saying, what you've done till now has been brilliant because you have organically grown this business with people from the local area, not experts, just people with a passion for pets, a passion for the brand. And then I had to come in and say, that's absolutely brilliant, but we need some roles, some responsibilities, some routines, some best practices. We need to get back to basics. We need the foundations. And that was the change people found difficult. So that freedom to just almost do whatever you want, whenever you want, had to be pulled in for a while we established some core basics. But once we'd done that, once we'd got the right people in the right place doing the right things, once we operationally were robust, when we'd done our risk management piece that said what are those critical points of failure that sit within this business, then people could see, oh, actually, I can still operate the way I did before with freedom and creativity and innovation, but there's more support underneath. Things don't crash off a cliff. Actually, the structure's there now for us all to be able to do the things that we're really fundamentally good at, which is connection with the customer, the love of pets, the love of the brand, getting out, word of mouth, spreading the word of Eden, knowing that the business is fundamentally running well.
Yeah.
Whereas before, the business could have been struggling and we wouldn't necessarily have seen it. So we wouldn't have been able to make the changes we required to keep the business on in a good place and on track.
Yeah. Do you think there's I mean, you, with your role, I think you'll look at maybe like the overarching strategic side of marketing.
Yeah.
But what are people missing right now in marketing, would you say? Because there's a
I
lot of
think
buzz
some-
around
yeah.
people saying like, oh, there's you can't get in, you can't have a podcast, you can't do content, you know?
I think sometimes maybe it's not what are they missing, but it's have they sat and thought about the brand and their audience and what they want to achieve? Or are they just trying to follow trends and what people tell them they should be doing? So I think everything from your TikTok through to email marketing, etc., is all valuable and valid. But it is up to the business to understand, is that right for them? And maybe it's not right for me today, but it might be right for me in a month's time.
Yeah.
Or maybe something I've always done, I'm going to stop doing so much of that now because I want to change. So I think you have to consider everything in the marketing sphere, but it doesn't mean you should do everything. because if you do it without authenticity, I've seen many TikToks where I just think I could literally crawl under a rock with embarrassment. Now, I'm sure some of that actually works sometimes. But if you're just doing it because you think you have to, I don't think it works.
I think for me that's really true. And I mean, I guess the follow-on question was going to be around like the shiny thing syndrome. So to give you some context, I was out on a run yesterday.
Yes.
And I was like, hey, I should have like a teaching platform and it should be on a subscription base. I was like, no, Colton, that's a good idea, but no, because I'm focused on like two main things right now for the next, like probably to the end of the year, more likely, which is the podcast, right? And then the event, right? That I alluded to before we started. And the event's in September. So the reality will be like after September, I'll just be planning the next one and continuing with the podcast. Yes. Do you think people run into a challenge when it comes to like, they get some momentum with something and then they go, oh yeah, but this shiny thing over here is really cool.
Yeah. And it's, and also if you're looking at your competition quite heavily, if you're looking at the marketplace and seeing what people are doing, you don't know if what they're doing is actually successful. But internally you go, they're doing that. It looks great. I mean, of course it looks great because they make it look great. Yeah. It doesn't mean it works. It doesn't mean it's successful. But it's so true to say you can just be pulled off. I mean, I say to my team, I know it's a really old analogy of all of us pushing the boulder up the hill. If we all run off in different directions, we're going nowhere and probably going to get squashed.
Yeah, who's going to get squished?
Who's going to get squished? And that's what I say. Look, we've got some key pillars. Let's stay focused on that. Let's consider the opportunities, but don't run off and do it and just leave this hanging over here. And don't get me wrong, we've done that loads. I mean, email marketing was one for us. We wanted to do it. We should have been doing it. We kept running off and doing shows and events and sparkly fun things, never actually nailing some of the fundamentals, because it's more appealing, isn't it, to go to Crufts and meet dogs.
Do you think there's a level of ego that comes from that? Like either from a founder or from a team?
I don't know whether it's ego or it's what personally turns you on, what your own drive is, what do you fundamentally want to do? People do gravitate towards the things that do it for them, don't they? Yeah.
I mean, I've always been of the view that like, so, for example, content will work, email marketing will work, networking will work, going to a trade show will work, but only if you do one.
Okay.
In my view, right? From what I've found personally.
Yeah.
When I've really focused in just depth on how do I make the podcast as best as it possibly can.
Yeah.
From a viewer's experience point of view. That might be how it looks, how it sounds, how I come across. Can I outsource it? I've got a balance because it doesn't directly make me money, but actually the marketing collateral that I get from it will make me money. Okay, cool. So then it becomes a game of we're keeping those costs and balancing those costs, sure, but actually how can I focus on the viewer experience?
Yes.
And then when I look at maybe something like the event, it's like, okay, how can I make this client experience incredible for the people coming, even if there's only 5 people in the first event? Right. Yeah. And I think sometimes we get, and that's why I mentioned ego, I think sometimes we go, but I'm only going to sell 5 tickets. It might be the possibility that I sell 20 tickets or 30 tickets, but like, what if I only sell 2?
I get that. And it's interesting, isn't it? The business that yourself is in with you, and obviously you're looking to scale up and maybe employ, etc. Whereas now I'm sat with a team of 26. And so we've got the opportunity to do so much more. Yeah. But again, it is that decision on what's really valuable. I mean, and you just touched on something actually that I thought was really interesting. Doing things really well, making sure that the experience for the customer is, well, I mean, we were in a whole cycle of wanting to be perfect and never actually doing. So we had 20 things we should have been doing. So we were going to a show, we were doing email marketing, we're creating a newsletter for B2B, but actually all of those things had to be, to us, absolutely flawless. Yeah. And we were not delivering anything. So now I'm in the world of accept 80% sometimes, but execute and get it out there for the customer and do it consistently. Because I think sometimes, and maybe it is a bit of ego, You want to look at a piece of work you've done or something that you've done that the customers see and comment on. And when you're getting all the praise and, oh, that's so beautiful and that looks amazing and your brand is absolutely, but you've achieved very little, it's not really worth anything.
Yeah.
All that praise and adulation about something when you could have delivered on 20 things but done them at 80%.
No, I completely agree. And there's a very quick psychology study. I've done longer videos on it, but like just a very quick synopsis here. There was 2 groups. Sometimes it's pottery, sometimes it's painting, sometimes it's sculpturing, etc. The lecturer says one half can only create one piece across a window of time. Sometimes it's 2 weeks, sometimes it's a month. And the other half can create as many pieces as they like, whatever the metric is, so pottery, painting, etc. And the result of the study was that the group that could repeatedly create something had a better piece objectively than the group that had only that window of time to create the one thing.
Completely agree.
And that's where done better than perfect is better.
Yes.
And when I say I'm looking at, like, I think it's a focus point for me on how can I create the journey or the viewer's experience or the customer's experience or the client's experience as a whole to be better across a year, not per episode, not per event, not, it's the overarching strategy. So I don't look at this reel got 1,000 views. I look at how many views did I gain between 4 weeks ago and now, right? That's the metric I track, not what when I go into what's working. Sure, I'll look at specific videos, but on average I won't. I just focus on the output and then focus on how can I build each one to be 1% better than the one before.
Yeah, and I think we do similar. I would say we start to look at consistency of communication. Are we building a community? Do people feel like we're engaged with them and so that they're engaged with us? So it's a similar sort of metric but in a different way, because if you're brilliant once, those people soon just disappear. But if you're constantly there talking to people, engaging with them, they're able, you're responding to them, then over time that just builds into we call it a community. We're trying to create a community. And we're always trying to draw people in to that community. So the end result is growth.
But I think we sometimes get into the world of we need it all to happen in one day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, etc.
That's me sometimes.
But actually in reality, if we just focused on, I can't remember the exact quote, but something along the lines of we underestimate what we can do in a week, but we completely over-egg what we can do what we can over-egg in a week, but what we can do in a year is really underrepresented mostly. And I think for me, actually focusing on that 1% is what that matters overall. Because then you're building that compounding effect. You're pushing the snowball down the hill a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster. Yeah.
And also I think people can understand more. So if you are constantly jumping from one thing to another, your team just cannot grasp where we're going. They can't grasp the brand. What is the message? What is the strategy? So that continued delivery, that momentum that builds, you onboard the team. And by onboarding the team, you onboard the customer. And particularly in our business, because we've got customers and consumers. So the dog's the consumer. It's the dog we're trying to get to, but it's via that customer. And so it's almost like the baby food world, isn't it?
Yeah.
The baby's eating the food, but the parent's choosing which of the brands to buy. Same in our world. The dog's eating the food, the customer's choosing. A lot of that comes through trust. So that consistency, that slow momentum, is people don't trust people that flip from one thing to another, and they cannot understand what they're doing, and they can't see the message. So that repetitive, consistent approach. Oh, right, I know what Eden's about. I can see what the team's about. And because we're so accessible as well, a team of 26, we're all working in Stoke-on-Trent. You speak to one person, that understanding of the brand, you'll speak to the next person, you'll get that same message. You'll get that same education piece. So people start to think, this business knows what they're doing. And I think that's the same for yourself. When I see you online, when I see you doing what you're doing, I think that guy knows what he's doing.
I also think it removes the pressure of being perfect every time, like building off the done is better than perfect thing.
Yeah.
Because as long as I'm authentic to me, then it doesn't necessarily, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter in the same way, because I'm not like, oh no, that's not, as long as it's on brand and on piece and still me, then I'm like, actually, that's cool. you know. But talking about that to its extent, I mean, we're in a world where AI's like risen,
Yes.
right? Are we all going to lose our jobs?
No, we're definitely not going to lose
Is it all
jobs.
doomed?
I think AI is the assistant and we're the leaders of that. And so you can use AI fundamentally to change your business. You can use it for insights, you can use it for planning, you can use it for content support, but ultimately it's the assistant to the business. It's not the business creative, it's not the founder. You know, the people are the heart of your business, but you can deliver fabulously elevated results if you work out how to use it in the right way. So no, it's not scary. And I did something funny at work the other day to show the team not to be fearful. It was just something really small. I took a picture we'd taken and I said to AI, you know, give this picture some movement. And it did this crazy thing. I mean, we're pirouetting around the stage on this picture. I think one of us had claws for hands or something ludicrous. But then I gave it real instruction, my voice and the heart of the brand, and explained what I wanted. What it created was amazing. But it needed that voice, that human voice, that human interaction, that brand understanding. So we shouldn't be afraid.
I've used the analogy recently of you need to sharpen the knife before you use it.
Very good,
You know,
yes.
in the same way with
Yeah.
AI, you need to teach it what you want it to do
Yeah.
and not just write me a social media prompt, enter, right? It's about actually understanding it as a tool and not just seeing it as a fix-all, right?
It's the company assistant. It's like your PA. It's part of the business. It's part of your business. It's a tool of the business.
Yeah.
It hasn't become the business. And I would hope some of the more routine tasks that it will support people then to be able to drive more creativity and innovation because they've got the capacity and the space to do that. You know what business is like. Sometimes it's incredibly busy, just getting tasks done, just executing things. And then you end up working in the business all the time doing. And you don't step away and think, right, okay, let me listen to the customers. Let me look at what's happening in the marketplace. Let me analyse some of the insights. And when you stop and do that, and I hope AI gives us that, so we can stand back and go, do you know what? This is what we need to do. Because I've had time to think about it because AI is my assistant.
Something that I found really interesting, and I'll be curious on your thoughts as I'm bringing it up here. I mean, I'm rapidly approaching the end of Mel Robbins' the 5-second rule.
Okay.
I don't know if you know it, but it came out a handful of years ago, and the crux of one of the things I read on the way here was procrastination is actually a reaction to stress management. It's nothing to do with like not getting the work done. It's how we cognitively distract ourselves and have that stress break. And it kind of links to the AI thing because I think the performance, you could say that, especially when you're in C-suite or you're, you know, a chief marketing officer or a chief exec officer or a chief strategic officer, etc., we can be so do. How do you personally balance it, but also allow yourself to have that time to, I guess, think up the more creative ideas or like have that more synergized approach in respect to actually, no, I'm going to step back now and say, let's look at the problems I may be facing and how I can like strategically fix them, but not with the pressure on having to fix the answer today.
And sometimes I'm really bad at it. So if I'm overly excited about stuff, then I'm just do, just as you describe, really. There'll be days that fly by and I'm not quite sure what that day was about.
I think there's a point in business there where you have to do that, right?
Probably, yeah. Well, you do it because it's necessary, in the moment. But then what I also find, I like to be planned and organised. We were talking about this. I like my notebook. I like to think ahead because I like to show up in the right way. Yeah. I am myself. I'm always the same, but I do give thought to how do I need to show up tomorrow? What are the things that I need to achieve? Am I planned and organised around that? And when I am, that gives me those periods of time to step away with do that for people in the business as well. Say, hang on a minute, let's just stop. Should we just go and grab a coffee or should we go for a walk? Because we probably just need to think this through a little bit.
Is that an environment thing, do you think, as well? Like you need to physically remove yourself from the office, the home, to get a change of scenery?
For me it is. And I probably use that with other people. Now, whether that's everyone's reality, I don't know. But I am one of those, when I got home and walked the dogs at the end of the day, that's where things would come together. So all the strands from the day that all seemed very sort of disparate and all over the place would come together, and I'd think, right, that's what we need to do. But we talked about this in work the other day, actually, creating space, going for walks, having hours of the day where people put down their keyboards, they put down and we do something different. And whether you want to call that a team exercise or just chilling out and having a coffee, but forcing people in a way to have space. Because your natural reaction is you're being paid to do a job. You see yourself as, I must be productive. I need to be able to demonstrate the things that I've done. But that's not the case. What you need to be able to demonstrate is an understanding of what the most important and priority things that we should be doing. Not that you've done 100 things, that you picked the 10 most important things and did those.
And do those well.
And do
right?
them well, yeah. But don't do, like we said before, don't do them so well you don't actually deliver on anything. But, yeah, do them well.
I think you need to personally ask yourself, I mean, I'm looking at it as I say, like, I can focus on 3 main things, right? And that's why I'm really leaning into across 3 months, 3 things.
Yes.
Right? And it's like, right, the podcast, client delivery, and the event.
Yeah.
That's it. You've got nothing else. You can't add anything else. And it's not that I don't have other ideas. I do.
Yes.
But it's actually, if I'm going to get what I want from this and I'm going to make those 1% improvements, I have to focus on those 3 things.
So how do you, because to me it's capturing the ideas, isn't it? And that, I think, is the strategically important bit. I think you can, and I believe part of my role is to help people focus on the key things, because I think you are in control of your role and your business, and we've got 26 people there. And one of my jobs is to help them prioritise what we need to be looking at and when. But capturing the creativity, not allowing ideas to disappear because we're busy, always making space to go back to things, to reconsider them. And even if in 6 months' time it still isn't right, to reconsider them again. Because what do they say? There isn't any bad ideas.
No, it's just about timing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, the simple answer of like, how do I do it? I have a set of like what I call my command notes or like top end notes.
Okay.
Whenever I have an idea, I put it down. Don't care how I'm going to use it, don't know where I'm going to use it, etc. I'm like, I don't have the time to focus on how to build that out yet, but I don't want to lose it.
Yeah.
The other way, building off the AI side, is utilize chats in ChatGPT, for example, especially if you have a conversation in that chat, it will be able to, as in physical conversation, as in you're typing, or actual conversation, you'll be able to then refer back to it. So if you say, hey, ChatGPT, for the next 3 months, I can't really focus on this thing, but actually it's a really good idea. I'm going to come back to you in the future. Can you kind of make a highlight list or make a reel or etc. or make a summary of like my thought process now?
Yes.
And so when I actually have the time to give the focus, I can then do that. And then what you do is you just brain dump.
And I love that, because I am a notebook. You see my notebook there? I am a notebook girl. If you ask anybody in the office, I mean, I have strategically coloured notebooks. I lost my orange notebook the other day. I thought the business was going to completely go off a cliff because I'd lost the orange notebook. But that's me. I love to capture those notes. I sit in meetings, I listen to people. I'm thinking, oh, good point, good message, good. But I have started using the chat GPT to do just that. So I just sit and chat to it. I say, so-and-so thought of this today.
Yeah.
In terms of and it seems bizarre at the time. I mean, I did think I was losing my marbles a bit that I'd found this new best friend of ChatGPT. But I did. And I systematically would go through and think, right, idea. Don't lose it. So now I'm developing a combination of my old way of thinking, get it down on paper because that really works for me. But now capture it somewhere where it can't be lost.
Yeah. And I think as well, like if you are capturing it either written wise, like some people are really into writing, there's a couple of things I would say, like get a tablet with a pen so you can just write it and it can digitally transcribe it for you, or just get into the habit of taking photos of those pages, because if you give those to ChatGPT, it's probably nearly smart enough from what I've found to actually be able to capture that information and then convert it into like a text format or whatever you want it to do, or even just capture it inside the chat's memory.
I like that, because I'm a paper and pen girl. I really am. It's meaningful to me to put words
But that might
onto
be actually, that's
paper.
how your brain's wired.
Yes.
And actually that might be your good idea.
Yeah.
And that's where your ideas flow. But then, like in the result where you do lose your notebook, if you're also backing it up through ChatGPT's
Yeah.
like chat memory, like you could just have one called idea dump, for example, right? And every single time you write a page in your notebook, take a picture of it,
Yeah.
and then tell ChatGPT, I'm going to refer back to whatever the note is. Can you remember? Can you bring this
Yeah.
content forward whenever I ask for it? And it's how you then. And this is an example of like how to leverage AI rather than being scared of it.
Yeah, and I think that is just it. And it's funny that naturally using ChatGPT in that way worked for me. And also that ability then for me to create patterns, trends and insights from it, because I will go back and say, are there any common themes? And I didn't know if it would work or not. You never know if these things are going to work. So can you see any patterns, any common themes, anything that's coming together as one cohesive idea? And it's so good at that in terms of analysing and pulling out insights. Because I would go back, I mean, and this was an arduous task, I'd go back notebook, highlighting things in different colours, pulling strands together, generating one idea from 20 thoughts. AI is really good for that.
Yeah. But again, I think it's an assistant tool. I don't think it's going to necessarily replace us. I mean, the trend sort of changed and it became this, someone who's utilising AI is going to take your job rather than the AI itself. And I think that's a more positive or more real reality of what we're going to have in the next 10 years.
I think so.
To be honest.
And things change, don't they? Things always evolve. You know, industries change, the way we work changes, but our minds are amazing. We've just got the power to adapt and do things in a different way with the support of that new way of working.
But I found because it's taking the grunt work away or allowing me to document things, etc., I then can have the more creative thinking process because my bandwidth is like opened up in that respect, and I can sort of play around a little bit more with what works and what doesn't, and like what ideas work and what, and I can ideate them a little bit deeper.
Yeah. I think one thing that came to mind then, and this is why I think being the strategy officer is important, is probably one thing we need to think about. One thing I think about is everyone in the office is using ChatGPT or something similar, but I have to keep our voice as the Eden voice and the Eden brand. So that's what then becomes important in terms of us and the team. Because again, we could all go off with our voice thrown into ChatGPT. What it gives you back then starts to become...
But I think it's a mirror, right?
Yeah.
And I think when we blame it, oh, it's a bit robotic, oh, it's a bit this, oh, the words aren't. It's like, well, you did the prompt, you did the...
Yes.
But I think, I mean, as a more generalised question, I guess, do you think that we don't look at ourselves in accountability-wise as an over, not even necessarily AI, but as an overarching... kind of like as a person when we see something maybe goes wrong, like more generally, like
what that people as a whole
we don't take accountability themselves, or do you think that's rarer? It's easier to go, it's your fault.
Yeah, we don't always want to take accountability. If you're asking if we do, I think you know when you're accountable for something. Yeah. That doesn't mean you don't try and deflect that accountability, but normally, if you work it through with somebody, you can get to a place where you understand what role you had in that. And again, that's something I have to do, because I think part of my role is clarity. And I think clarity is caring for people. So getting people to a place where they do understand their accountability and they do understand...
There's also needs to be a proven place of safety, right?
Well, yeah, definitely. But that's how it should be, isn't it? It should be a place where
because it isn't like hands up, I made a mistake. Oh shit, my job's gone now.
No.
It's actually no. Hold on, we're all going to make mistakes, and that's okay. How do we learn from it?
It's we've made a mistake. You know, we have done. We've put tons of effort. We're relaunching it again, but we did a try before you buy campaign, and we got quite a few little bits wrong in that. So that campaign did not deliver as it should have done. Now, we've learnt from that and we're relaunching it. But at the time, nobody wanted to hands up So I just said, we've made a mistake. This team here, we're the project team. We didn't do it well enough. We weren't aligned. We weren't working together in a way that we were picking some of these things up. So you may have had that ultimate last part responsibility to deliver on that or to create that but actually fundamentally it was a project So we all bear the responsibility. But let's go back and say, what was your part? What was your part? What was your part? So next time we do it, we've got clarity.
Yeah.
Clarity is a form of kindness. If you don't give people clarity, what you're saying is, I want you to keep making mistakes. So ultimately, at some point in the future, this is going to blow up and you're going to be in a whole heap of trouble. Where it's much better to say, oh, that's not quite right. What can we do about that?
Yeah.
Or I just want to have a chat with you because I've just noticed. That's much better a way of having accountability than waiting for something to crash and then saying, you did that.
Yeah. Do you look at it as, in your role, because obviously you work with a larger team.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd be really curious, do you look at it and go like, do you come at it from a perspective of like, are you okay? Like when you work with someone one-to-one, like if they are making mistakes, because it's like you good? Like what's going on? If it's out of character.
Yeah, I don't necessarily say I always would do the you good, because different people respond in different ways. But I like to be in touch with the team. I like to have sat with people before we get to that point, so I know a bit about them. So some people want to share more than others do, but fundamentally, you know the dynamics of the team.
Yeah.
And you can see if they're having a good day or a bad day, if they need a bit of space but a business, and also SME, I have to say, one of the things I noticed about being in a small business, it is a lot more personal and emotional to me, because I know all those people. I know their dreams, their passion for their role, but equally, that's really positive as well, because just as you describe, there are days when I can say, hang on, that's not like you. Or do we want to just take 5 minutes? Or actually, is there anything we can do today? You know, is there anything you just... So, because I feel differently about a small business. I definitely feel it. There's a lot more heart in a small business because that connection is so close. I'm so close to the team. I'm very close to the product. I'm much directly closer to the customers.
Yeah.
So those decisions you're making, those things you're doing are much more personal. So I would say it's made me more thoughtful. I use my own voice more. I use my own judgment more, and I deal with things in different ways at different times, rather than a blanket approach because I just need to get things done.
Yeah. Do you think that do you need to, I guess, lead with empathy as a leader in some scenarios?
Definitely. I mean, I would say for me, what has always been important to me in the roles I've had, outside of the things you need for life, like your money and all the rest of it,
absolutely.
is building a strong team and a strong set of people and individuals. So, yeah, you've got to have empathy for that. You've got to have some kindness for that. You've also got to you want to drive people. So motivationally, you do want to stretch and challenge people. So it's equal hands of empathy, kindness and support, but drive and challenge and creating a buzz in people where they can see a future and they can start to really push themselves forward. So I think it's in equal measure, really.
Yeah. I think sometimes we don't necessarily look at the empathized way of looking at it. I mean, I think we'll wrap up soon, but do you think people are purely just, you're here to do a job? Like, could that be the approach? Like, it can be very, like, I'll use the term like maybe domineering or led or like very pushy in that respect. Like, you're here to do a job, get the job done.
It definitely could be, couldn't it? And I think we all have to admit there are times where you just want somebody to get something done. 100%.
And actually, is it more of an ebb and flow?
Yeah,
In some scenarios, you need to lead with candor and you need to lead with empathy. And in other scenarios, you're like, come on.
Yeah, because you're also thinking sometimes the mentality of just get it done is because you know what the impact of that is going to be for other people and other things if that isn't done.
Yeah.
So it is empathetic, but in a different way, because you can see the end result of that not happening. So say we get something wrong. We've got someone who's relying on our food, getting to them on a certain day for their pet, who's always at their food, has a health condition, and logistically we get something wrong. My view is I have to help that person. So in that moment, you just need to get that done. Because we really need to care for that customer, that pet. We have to do the right thing for them. then we'll stop and say, right, okay, could we have done that differently so we didn't have to get to that point where we had to drive somebody to get that done?
Yeah.
But there are moments where it's right, but most of the time that's a result of not having done the hard slog in the first place, that you got there.
Yeah. For people who may be interested in connecting with you, seeing more of your work, seeing what you're doing at Eden, where's best for people to connect with you?
I guess I would say social media, Eden-wise, and then message me via there. So if you go onto Instagram, Eden, throw a message out. Because we're all in the office together, I will pick that up and see it. We're so easy to contact. I am on LinkedIn. I have to say it's not my favourite forum. So I'm much happier to see messages come through on that social media platform, and then I'll be in touch.
Fabulous. If you were going to talk to the person who was in corporate maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and you give them this advice today, what would you say to them?
Gosh.
As a final thought.
Allow people to have a voice. We all care about business at whatever level we work and are operating in that moment, and let that individual have a voice. That would be my message.
Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed. Let me know in the comment section down below if you enjoyed it and what your clear takeaway was, and I'll see you very, very soon. Hello my friends, I hope you're well. Welcome to the Old Mill, and today we're going to be doing a brand new podcast talking to Johnny from Taste World and just kind of the Old Mill. Hello Johnny, how are you?
How are you? Good
I'm
to see you
very
again,
well,
Carter.
absolutely. I was going to think about where to start, but I mean we're sat in the Old Mill restaurant, right? And I think a lot of people who are local to Salisbury will obviously know the Old Mill in Harnham. You've just acquired it maybe, 6 months ago?
3.
3 months ago? Okay.
Yeah.
Why here? Why did you choose here specifically?
It was just a building that had come to our attention for a kind of friend when I think a poster went up in the window saying, due to change of ownership, will be closing. And I thought, we need to come and look at this site when I was told how beautiful it was by the friend. And we came straight here, and within, I think, 15 seconds of pulling up in the car park, we decided it was something we needed to pursue. And we actually agreed the terms to take it kind of out of the grasp of the person that was meant to be taking it without even stepping foot inside. We literally saw your video, strangely on YouTube, that I think you filmed a couple of years back, and the visual impact it had from the outside. And that was the decision we made. It was just something we almost kind of fell in love with. It's not something I normally do, to be fair. I normally think with my brain, not my heart, but I just fell in love with it. And then when we came inside, it was actually better than we'd imagined, which is always a good thing when you've already made a decision like that. But yeah.
So, I mean, we were talking just before we started about the ebbs and flows of hospitality, maybe the ebbs and flows of any business. I mean, in your experience, how have you looked to target, how have you looked to frame creating a business that can be sustained through winter, through slower months, rather than, like, how do you look at that from a hospitality? Because hospitality, in my experience at least, is known for do really well in the summer, do really well at Christmas, but then you have those other areas where it's maybe tipped down a bit. I mean, how do you look at it in your other venues as well, which I'm sure we'll get onto, but either here or in general, how did you strategically think about it? How do you sort of create that demand throughout the year in respect to the sustained revenue? How do you see it? Because I think that's if you can do that with a business, then it will continue to, you'll make more money overall because you're more consistently creating that consistent revenue.
Absolutely. And I think the big thing, you just actually used the word there, we talk about a lot in our business, is consistency. Delivering product consistently to the customer, giving consistent service. That helps to kind of get people to come to you more regularly, which obviously helps stem that kind of peaks and troughs you're talking about. Now, obviously with a site like this, I would say we have the best beer garden, cocktail garden, cider garden, whatever you want to describe it as, sat 100 feet from us currently. It is a beautiful spot down by the river, and we get a lot of passing trades from people walking from Harnham obviously into Salisbury. We also get a lot of trade come from Salisbury up just to come to our beer garden. Now, that is something that we aren't going to be able to change necessarily, but what we can do is pivot on that garden and not just make it into a garden. So come September, we are completely covering it over, and it's going to become an event space for probably the next 6 months after that. So all the way through till April, So we've got a Halloween kind of pumpkin picking experience thing lined up. There's a Santa's Grotto, a pre-bar ready to go in November time that will go all the way through to December. We'll probably have a quiet downtime in January just because the team are going to work really, really hard. And then come February, we're going to do a really cool Valentine's themed month out there. Really cool stuff. Again, we'll share all this on socials when it's finalised. I'm being tentative what I'm saying, not to kind of ruin the marketing spiel when it comes out. But then coming into kind of March, April time, we're going to have obviously a big space where we can Mother's Day out there. So we'll maximise the real peak moments. Mother's Day obviously being the busiest single day in the calendar year. We'll have a potential extra 130 covers out there to what we would normally have. And then we'll have an Easter experience out there. And then we're back ready for the summer. Again, with kind of how we bring people into this space, the beautiful restaurant we're sat in with the river flowing there behind me. I'm sure you can probably pick that up on the mic. It really is a stunning feature of the building. We really want to drive people to want to come here for an experience. So that will come through kind of the level of food that we're trying to aim for, using sustainable local produce. And the big USP is the fact that we are either already or can be 100% gluten-free. So that's something we're really going to be targeting over the next sort of 3 to 6 months, is doing packages wrapped around the bedrooms and dinner experience for those with celiac disease or those avoiding gluten. Now the figures on that at the minute in the UK is around 6 million. So it's about 10% of the population are either actively avoiding or for medical reasons cannot consume gluten. Now these people have birthdays every single day of the year, right? So 365 days a year, I've got a potential celiac that I can target with some marketing, go, come and stay at the Old Mill, have an amazing stay in our beautiful bedrooms, and by the way, we can do dinner for you as well, which is celiac safe. So that's something that we really will be pushing hard. As soon as we get the main kind of summer bulk out of the way, wasn't the best time to take a pub like this, kind of going into the busy period already, should we say. So we're very mindful of not trying to overload ourselves. So layers to a cake, layers to an onion, however you want to look at it, we kind of stack on top. When we get one thing right, we'll do the next, and the next, and the next thing. So we're hoping if I sat here this time next year, I'd be able to say to you, everything I've just said, we've done it, and it's great. So,
do you think there's, I mean, you mentioned like that being one of your unique selling propositions, but do you think that's one of the reasons why maybe your locations will be successful in comparison to someone else's who maybe isn't thinking that forward ahead, isn't doing those outdoor events, turning in their beer garden into things? Because I think people sometimes they look, because you've got to spend quite a bit of money to do the beer garden stuff, right? It can't be cheap to convert the beer garden semi-consistently and then convert it back, and then I imagine if it works, you'll do it the following year and you'll flip and you'll continue to rotate it. I mean, is that just the nature of the business, would you say?
yeah, I think the age-old sayings, innovate or evaporate, speculate to accumulate. I'm very much on the leading edge of wanting to use tech, for instance. We're using more tech in our business, and we look forward, not backwards. We don't look at why things are bad, we look at how we can be better, and that's something across the whole group. Our senior team, that's all I'm talking about. I'm not cutting wages, I'm increasing sales. I'm not saying how do we get rid of people because times are hard. I'm saying how do we bring more people in for different reasons. What we're also really good at, and if anyone on here is listening as a hospitality owner or manager, we are very good at getting brand deals. So all the cool stuff I've just spoke about, we'll be approaching brands. And so the pre-bar, for instance, we'll be selling a shed load of Bailey's hot chocolates, I'm sure. So I'll approach Bailey's and say, look, I want some support. They will give you money to support their brands with the right streams and for the right events, similar to your festivals. When you see the big festival bars and stuff like that going on, that's got brand support behind it. And it's having those conversations that really help us, and we're very good at that, to be fair. We've got great relationships with all of our suppliers, both local, national and international, to kind of help with that. Not just the financial costs, but they've got years and years and years of expertise doing similar events. So why would you not lean upon them to kind of help? It might be a supplier they use that can cut some costs that we didn't know about, or just simply going, have you thought about this? Like we had an event a couple of weeks ago that we used Thatcher's, a very local company, obviously from Somerset, but they are fantastic, just gone to #1 cider brand in the UK actually last week, that was announced, and they supported fully. They paid for the live music, and they came down, gave us a load of free stock, and had people down here giving out samples. That was just because they wanted their brand to be seen in a beautiful pub like the Old Mill. Yeah. So it works both ways, I guess. Thatcher's has got exposure from being able to use us as kind of a staging post, and we've also got kind of the use of their kind of expertise as well as paying for our live music. So yeah,
I think that's a really important thing, and a lot of what I'm hearing about that is a very modernised touch, right? And I think the concern with some would it be, I don't know, I don't like saying like, oh, it's this person's fault or etc. But there's a lot of people in my industry, like I had a conversation yesterday that was around like the creative industry struggling, right? And I've been very honest and very fortunate where actually I'm in a very different place. I'm in a very fortunate place with the kind of work I'm doing and how I'm doing it. And like actually like looking at the bottom line of my business, it's actually doing really well, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not feeling that, oh, it's difficult, right? Do you think in your experience, has there been like always something going on? Because I always see it as like there's always something happening in geopolitics. There's always something happening in the economy. There's always a concern related to the up and coming budget or the up and coming changes or etc. Which of course changes things for businesses. Of course it does, right? But is there a perspective, I think, because obviously a lot of your group, a lot of how you work could be perceived as you're very successful, right? You're clearly very good at taking on some sites, making them make money, and then continuing to repeat that process. Is that from a mindset from you specifically and the rest of your exec team of we've got to keep being aggressive, we've got to keep moving forward, regardless of what the doom and gloom is, would you say?
I think absolutely. What we talk about a lot is that age is on our side. I mean, myself and my exec team are on the right side of 40, shall we say. Apologies to any older listeners. So we're there. We've got bags of energy. Now, a lot of the sites that we look at now have had kind of historic landlords, tenants for a long period of time. They're just tired. They don't know where to look. Social media, they don't get it. When I'm saying, why are you not on TikTok? They're like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. They just don't understand that TikTok isn't just for young people now, right? We have spent 0 pennies on paid for advertising. Okay? Obviously, we brought you in, you made some amazing content for us, but we've paid absolutely nothing to do it with. We've done all organic. That's because we understand what we're doing. We've been pretty much fully booked here in our rooms and our restaurant and our garden for the last 6 weeks because we understand where to put our energy and our time. We don't put energy and time into something that's not going to give us back reward. So if a conversation starts happening, even at kind of management level within here, I'm like, is that going to actually affect my bottom line? No, stop talking about it then. Because you've got to be so fixated on the numbers that it's almost autistic. I mean, there is definitely traits of autism in me, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and all I'm doing is thinking about those numbers, how we can trim 1-2% on this cost base, how can we then put that money to work in increasing sales. I think the old saying is the good places, the good people will always do well. Doesn't matter what the economy does. I think without blowing your ego too much, the reason you're doing well is because your content's bloody brilliant. There is plenty of people out there doing similar stuff to you that are probably complaining, moaning it's not great. And you look at the quality of their work and it's just not there. They haven't got the adaptability, for instance, without throwing anyone under the bus. We dealt with another content creator doing very similar to yourself. And they were just so slow to react to us. Whereas yourself, Colin, this is what we need to do. Can you be a bit more flexible? Yeah, cool, perfect. We can do this, we can do that. And you said yes more than you said no. And that's very much what we talk about in our business. If we can, we will. And I think the customers react to that, right? Yeah. We're not perfect, never perfect. It's not a real word, right? Perfection, I think you can pursue it, but you'll never get there.
I think, well, just building off that, I mean, I've always followed the motto of done is better than perfect because your concept of perfection will always change, right? Yeah. Because if you're growing personally and as a business, your definition of that word will then change by proxy. So you actually you should never hit perfection, so to speak. And that's why I think execution is better to focus on. And that's, I think, why we synergize so well, because I do focus on execution, but also I focus on strong ROI. I'm so glad you mentioned TikTok, because so many people think it's what it was when it was Musical.ly, right? Which was dances.
Dancing for kids.
You know, kids are social. But I think it's more around the attracting of attention to then make the byproduct be sales, right? Instead of we're going to just look at the pure ROI when it comes to sales of we do this, then we pay it on ads, and then we get a higher return. Because when you do paid ads, you can track that cost a lot because you can see the metrics behind it. When you do organic, it's slightly harder. I mean, how do you look at either TikTok or your content strategy? Because one of the first things we talked about was actually like you're really strong at marketing, right? So I was like, okay, absolutely fabulous. How can I then add value on top of that? Because I wasn't then going to have you need to post on social media. I wasn't going to, because it was like you had it. I didn't need to have that conversation. With some clients I need to because they're new to social and we need to get them up to speed. But with you, it was like, okay, cool, what do you want? What do you want us to do? Yeah. You know, I mean, is it just TikTok? Is it just Instagram? Is it socials? Like, how do you tackle marketing from your perspective?
I mean, we approach each venue with different purpose. So we've got a competitive gaming venue, for instance. So targeted 21 to 35-year-olds that want to go out and play interactive darts, shuffleboards, that kind of thing. Now, our marketing strategy there, very different to here. We actually use Snapchat still, believe it or not, because we get good, positive interaction on that. We use a lot of TikTok, we use a lot of Instagram, we use a lot of Facebook. Don't do any paid for stuff there, really. It's a lot of get influencers in, come and play some darts, film it, put it on your Instagram for us. That gets us great results. It really, really does. Somewhere like here, where our target base audience is 35 and upwards, we're actually using Nextdoor app. We're using Google, we're using TripAdvisor, because these are all social media platforms. They don't get spoke about, but that's what they are. So we'll have a really strong focus for, say, a month, where we work really, really hard to get lots of reviews focused on TripAdvisor. Not by any other means other than giving great service and just going, guys, really appreciate it. Just leave us a good review, or a review, sorry. You never tell them what review to leave, of course. An honest review. And yeah, that works really, really well. So then people searching for places to go in Salisbury, we're up there, right?
Yeah.
The biggest thing we do, I think, is getting the team on board. So we're not a single person marketing company. I am head of marketing, if you want to call myself that, as well as obviously CEO. That's where I like to spend most of my time, because it's where you see the excitement. But I think here we've got 6 social media admins. So they're tasked, right, today's your day. This is the plan, execute it. Because as good as your stuff is, your captured pictures are only going to be live on the day you did it, right? The best stuff we see is what I call the instantaneous, the random stuff. We had a dog swimming in the river yesterday. Unless I ring you up and go, can you come and snap a picture of the dog that's now swimming in the river? You're never going to get a picture of that. Yeah. We post that online and we get such good interaction. We're not into just posting food. You'll probably see that from our marketing. People get bored of that. I don't want to follow someone that's just showing me a great fish and chips. It'll be the best fish and chips in the world. Once I've seen it 5 times, I'm cool, it's fish and chips. There's only so many ways you can angle it or change the lighting or the backdrop on it, right? So we'll post customers. We've got Doris is coming to celebrate her 70th birthday. Happy birthday to her. That kind of stuff can only come when your team is kind of in with the vision. So we'll do regular monthly catch-ups with all our social media admins. We'll do then probably every 3 months an in-person one. So we'll bring them all in, and it might be yourself I ask next time, right? Can you just come and do a piece on how you get great filming angles, great lighting angles? So they all understand they're never going to be as good as yours. They don't need to be when we're putting out as much content as we are. Yeah. And I think that is something that I really understood, and probably the biggest thing we change when we take properties. I mean, yes, this is beautiful. Yes, we've spent money on it. Yes, we've elevated it. But circumstantially, this building was beautiful before we took it, right? Why are we now busier than it ever has been? I think because our marketing's better. I think before, when we looked at it, their last post was 2 months previous on their Facebook, on their Instagram. I think we took it in end of February. The post that was last on Facebook was advertising Christmas carols. It shows you the difference on where we're at. If you go on our Instagram, our Facebook, our TikTok, our websites are kept up to date to the day, you'll know exactly what we're trying to be, who we are, and then hopefully, when you come in, our social media, our marketing reflects what you then see inside. So I don't want to become a fake presence. There's quite a few restaurants I can think of that look amazing on socials, and you get there, you're like, wow, you've just taken a picture of the corner of your restaurant that does look nice, and the rest of it's not real. So we'll do a lot of kind of walkthroughs. I think the other day I just live filmed, walk straight through the front door, down the alleyway, through the garden, no editing, no filtering, just here you go, guys. This is what you can come to if you want to. And that, I think, gives an honesty. Yeah. I think that's the best word to give it. You're not trying to sell anything. This is what we are. Do you want to come? If you do, great. We'll see you at the other side of the door. But if you don't, cool. It's also not for you. And we're very, very good at that, actually, to be fair. Identifying who our customers aren't, because not every customer's for us. If someone walked in here and they wanted to have a £10 meal on a Friday night, we're not for you. There's plenty of places offering a fantastic meal for £10 in the Salisbury area. But on the flip side, if you were looking for a fantastic Chateaubriand on a Friday night to enjoy with a fantastic bottle of Malbec, we're the place for you. And you should come here. You're not going to get that if you go to the £10 meal place around the corner. Yeah. So it's understanding where your market pitch is, not trying to be for everybody, because it's impossible, but the people you are for, really being strong at that and having that kind of full team cultural mindset that all of my team will know who we're for within probably a parameter of what age we're aiming for, what service we're aiming for. They'll all know that our USP is gluten-free. And I think that's really, really important, because I can't just sit here now spouting all of this and then not relay that to my team. And again, we're not perfect. We're definitely, particularly in this site, 3 months in, it's nothing. You're really still learning everything at the minute. We're learning our customer base, we're learning our team, still a weekly training for all of our team. In 6 months, would I expect 99% of customer visits to be at the level I'm talking? Absolutely. And anyone watching now that came here and didn't have that, please contact me on the Facebook and we'll put that right, because that's another thing we're very good at. If we're not right, let's put it right. If we know it was something that we did wrong, we need to do everything we can to put it right. If someone came, they just didn't like our menu, that's okay. Really sorry we weren't for you. Hope you find somewhere that is, because we're not going to be for everybody. But if something's kind of not to plan, shall we say, identifying that, having the touch points during the visit to identify it while you're here is best practice. But having then the touch points after visit, we have feedback emails that go out. I've got business cards that go out with my personal email on it to everybody. If you've had a great time, let me know. If you've not had a great time, let me know, because we want to know. Even at the scale we're at now, when we employ 165 people across 10 venues, we are relatively big. I still understand the importance of being customer-centric in my role, and that comes through marketing, coming back to your kind of original question, I guess. That is all part of it, right? Marketing is understanding why something went wrong and how you fix it, yeah? That is marketing, yeah?
Do you think there's and this is a more general, like broad business question, or like it could be your business, could be my business, could be any business. Do you think some people, because I've always followed the own up to if you made a mistake and it's your fault, or if God forbid something went wrong on a video, I'll be like, look, I made a mistake, hands up, right? And I think that put, in my view, from client feedback and etc. that I've got, that puts me apart from other people who are just going to sit on their morals and go, well, actually, no, it was because of it. You know, I don't sit and, it's not about necessarily making an excuse. I don't like to use that term, but it's more, the question I was going to ask around that is, do you feel that one of the reasons why you're quote unquote successful is because of how in touch you are with the marketing, with the customers, with the key question there is honesty when it comes to, look, we're potentially going to get it wrong, but actually this is how we're going to try and fix it for you.
100%. There is a lot of restaurant owners out there that I know of, both personally and I've seen online, and the first thing they do is blame the customer. When a customer comes out and says, oh, I didn't like that, what do you know? I'm a chef. And it's like, that's not the response. If you do genuinely believe you were right, as I say, really sorry, wasn't for you, hope you find somewhere that is. That's the response we give. I don't try and get into a debate with someone, whether they were right, wrong, or indifferent. It's fairly obvious when you're wrong. Someone comes in and could be an item missing from the menu. Chefs are humans, right? And there's not enough conversation around in hospitality. It's a human-centric business, right? If you went into an office and you had 20 workers, in a week period, how many office workers would make mistakes? The problem is no one ever knows about them because it's not generally a customer-focused basis, right? But you come to hospitality, a slight small error from, could be a 17, 18-year-old that's first job potentially, becomes a huge thing for the customer. Rightfully so. We should be able to execute a meal, but we're not going to all the time. But the first thing you do, as you said, is accept it. Yeah, that is not the standard that we work to. Apologise. What can we do to make that right for you?
Yeah.
And if you follow those three things, then I don't think you can go far wrong. Now, out of all of the complaints that we get across the group in a year period, just call it 100. I would say 99 of them have returned and love what we are about. So that's 100 people potentially that would never step foot in the business again that we've managed to rectify, use their not so great experience to learn, made changes to SOPs or systems and processes, and then reflected on it and gone, okay, that happened. Let's not let it happen again. How can we improve as a group? Can we learn something that happened here and go, actually, we can stop that happening anywhere else, not just here? Because even now, I mean, I'm 20 years into the game now, there's still stuff happens. I'm like, wow, wasn't expecting that. How did that happen? What can we do to stop that happening again? So it's a learning day all the time. Even for someone at my level, my experience, you might think, oh, I know everything. I don't. I'm pretty good. I know most things, but the game's changing. Yeah. Every single week, I'm like, okay, that's different. 10 years ago, did I think that I'd be talking about being a gluten-free centric company? Absolutely not. Now, it's our USP. That's our single biggest drive for us. Because most places don't want to do it. Yeah. And I think that's identifying what you can do to set yourself apart. Whether that's you can be cheaper, don't like doing that. I think that's the easy way up, being cheaper. Being better, what quantifies better. But if you're totally unique and you're the only place in the market doing something, then you're always going to have a market for that. Yeah. And riches and niches is another saying I like to used, right? We're in a niche that's not even that small. It's quite large, 6 million people. But it is a niche in this area because in Salisbury, we're one of the only places. Probably the only places. Can be 100%.
I think that's really unique. I think it sort of, to an extent, it leans back into what do you want to do incredibly well at, right? And I think I've always tried to pride myself on, I may not be the oldest videographer in respect to being in the game or the biggest marketing company or etc., but I will give as much effort and as much energy as I can to create the best content that is tied around what you, whoever it may be, the client, is looking to achieve from that video, that set of videos, etc., whatever we're doing. But from your perspective, why, maybe not necessarily just me, but why do you look to invest in video as a whole or marketing as a whole? Because you said earlier in the interview, your team does a lot of marketing, right? So I guess the question from potentially the audience is then, okay, well, why do you then spend money to get a professional in to create those, what I'll call showpieces?
So it's long form. Stuff that's going to be around for a long time, I will always invest to make it professional. I think it makes you stand out from the crowd. So our long form content will live on YouTube. Our long form content will be housed on our website. Our long form content will be posted to the top of our grid, pinned to our grid, technical term there, on our Instagram. So some lands on our Old Mill Salisbury Instagram. Right at the top there will be a pinned post of, oh, okay, that's what that's about, really professional. And I just think it adds to that level of experience. The customer sees, oh, okay, that's a serious place. And I think that's why we do it across our group. From probably the second or third month, we'll get it in. Once we know we're right, we'll get a videographer, a photographer in, and we'll get everything kind of framed up, and then we add it onto our websites, and we've got then a bank portfolio of stuff, like the stuff you've done, we'll cut that down. We'll do 10-second clips every now and again. It just kind of helps remind people that we are, okay, these guys are serious. They might be posting a dog swimming in the lake, but actually, cool. Look how nice that restaurant is. Look how cool that video shot of the garden and the pizzas is. So I think it's so important. You can't have a website with a photo taken on an iPhone. It just doesn't look right. If you landed on a website and you had a choice of, particularly for our hotel rooms, I guess, a choice of hotels, and the first one you landed on had a phone taken photo, and then the next one you was like really nice professional photos, where are you going to book? If everything else is the same, you just feel more qualified to take that booking, I guess.
I think it's I think what we talked about there was a perception thing, right? A lot of when people maybe start out in business or they want a hero video for their website, or especially if they're service-based, they maybe want to give their best foot forward, right? And I think that's the perception. And of course it has to be backed up with the sales, it has to be backed up with everything else. But I think we also, sort of what we touched on earlier about the volume of marketing. I mean, we're in a world where AI is a thing and etc. I was going to ask you a little bit about that as well. But I mean, what role do you think volume in regards to output from a marketing point of view actually has? Because a lot of people say to me, oh, you output like too much, right? Now, I can tell you categorically, sat here today, I've won 3 or 4 jobs in the last 4 months related to the fact that I am actually one of the only people who posts for 3 to 4 times a day, 7 days a week. You know, so I know it works because I can show the ROI behind it, because I've won jobs solely off the back of the client telling me you won the job because you're always on I always see you know, in that respect. But just to reiterate the question, what role do you think volume has on marketing as a whole in your industry or in general?
It's ever present.
As long as it's good, it should be online. So we don't wait for perfection, we wait for good. So if you take a photo and you go, yep, that's good, so 6, 7 out of 10 quality, it can go online. Now, that, I think people get stuck in, oh, not many people liked it. Now, likes don't pay your bills, okay? And I think that needs to be spoke about so much in our industry particularly, because I hear it all the time. Oh, if I post once a week, I get 100 likes. And if I post 10 times a week, we get 10 on each, so it's the same likes, and I only have to do, I'm like, but you're not looking at who's seen it. You're not looking at what that then does. Now, I think we can tell how good our marketing is because we're busy, right? I look in my diary and I go, we're full, right? That tells me that we're doing something. We sold out our garden for a cider and sausage festival by posting 7 times on social media. I didn't do anything else. There was not a single poster printed outside the front of this pub, right? I didn't do a banner, I didn't do any flyers, I didn't go to the newspaper, I didn't do anything. So social media is working because there's people coming through the door. I don't get fixated on how many people like my posts or how many followers I've got, because I could have 1,000 followers. If all 1,000 of those come to my pub, I've got good marketing. I could have 20,000 and only 500 of them come to my pub.
Yeah.
Have I got better marketing just because I've got 20,000 followers? You've got to like understand what your marketing's for. Who do you want to see it? Are they going to do something useful with it? Building that community online through volume.
Yeah.
So I look at some of the best creators that you look at, right? You follow them because they're putting out volume content. If you only had one video from a creator to watch every week, you wouldn't subscribe to them. You wouldn't follow them. And consistency as well. If you follow someone and then all of a sudden for a week they haven't posted, you kind of forget about them, right? You switch off. If you're always ever present, now we get people unfollow us. That's fine. I don't worry about that. It's like sending out an email marketing, right? Without kind of jumping around too much. We do a lot of email marketing. I had one of the managers go, well, 300 people unsubscribed last week. It's like, yeah, I have 15,000. So that means that 14,700 are still reading my email, right? Am I bothered that 300 no longer want to interact? Or no, if it was 5,000, we might go, actually, was that email a bit missed? But it could have just landed at the wrong day. Could have been, it might have been that they had 3 other restaurants email on the same day and they just had a mass thing. You can't fixate on numbers when it comes to the social media aspect directly. You need to understand, are you busy? If you're doing an event on a Tuesday, Wednesday night, do people come to it? Because if they do, and that's your only marketing, and your marketing's working, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, when you start paying for it, we don't tend to do paid stuff if we don't need to. I'm not a fan for giving Meta and Zuckerberg money if I don't need to. I'm full. Why am I going to start paying for marketing? But I'm also aware that you can't just dwell on that. So there will be a point where I know, and I'm like, okay, we need to start doing some paid ads now. For here, it'll probably be August. August, I'll probably start hammering home some paid ads, ready to start picking up the September. My events we've spoke about, they'll start coming online. But right now, our organic marketing, showing people, look, garden's sunny today, there's people out here, come and join us, is working really, really well. I mean, I don't know my exact numbers on here, I probably should have known them before here, but I reckon we put 30 pieces out on our socials last week, roughly. So 3-4 a day, plus 60 or 70 on the stories. There have been 5 or 6 TikToks. We actually did one at the weekend that worked really well, the Jet 2 meme one, where it comes up with the Jet 2, book your holiday now. There's a couple of the staff in the cellar lying on top of the beer barrels where it's obviously 14 degrees, having a cocktail. And it just flew. Like, we got hundreds of thousands of views on that. And that's something that took, I think, 30 seconds, maybe a minute for them to film. And it's not advertising anything, but people are going to see that and go, oh, they've got a sense of humour. They're real people, right? We do a lot behind the scenes stuff, particularly with our kind of restaurants. We want to show prep. We want to put that out. If we've just had a beautiful piece of fish delivered, why would we not show someone what that looked like when it arrived, what we did to it, and now what it looks like when you get to eat it? Because I think it gives that authenticity. Now, if you weren't doing volume, you couldn't do that. Because it looked really weird if I hadn't posted for 2 weeks and all of a sudden I got a tuna bit skinned. Like, what the hell? But people expect it from us because we're there all the time. They're, oh yeah, old Mel posted, cool. What's that? Oh, they're prepping a fish.
Yeah.
It kind of it makes sense. Right? It's not sporadic. It's not random. It doesn't take people by surprise because that's not a good thing, right? No one wants to be surprised on social media.
I think so many people, they don't. Well, I would say if I was going to go down the nuts and bolts of it, they don't optimize for the lurkers, right? Because the lurkers, the people who don't actually interact, the people who actually don't comment, the people who don't, etc. Like, oh, I got no likes on that. Oh, I got 2 likes on that, etc. But like, how many views did it get? How many impressions did it get? Yeah. Actually, and then, as I say, like, what then is the knock-on effect to actually seeing your business, right? And you're seeing people come through the door talking about that post, talking about, oh, etc. It's about being human, especially in a world with like where AI is a thing, right? That people is concerned about. I mean, maybe it doesn't affect your industry as much, but do you feel that, like, are you using it? Like, firstly, are you using it if you're open to share? And then secondly, like, is it something which you were scared of, or was it actually, hold on, this is actually a supercharger for us?
So I went to an event called EMC. Big shout out to Matt Wilson. If he watches this, I'm sure he will. An incredible event, 500, 600 plus entrepreneurs that are all there because they are the owners of their business or senior team in their business, but they are the marketeer. They want to generate sales through social media or Google, online, digital marketing, right? And this was 2022, and there was a spiel on AI. And everyone in the room looked at each other and went, holy crap, this is real, right? 2022, the average Joe had no idea what AI was really. Artificial intelligence, yeah, cool, that's something that
that's
does
nerd,
that,
that's
right?
a nerd thing,
yeah? Yeah. ChatGPT was mentioned. I got on it pretty much within 3 months of that conversation. So I've been using ChatGPT when it was a bit rubbish. Now, Every single one of my social media admins, every single one of my senior team has it on their phones with the pro version. Okay? Now, we write our posts, we put them into ChatGPT, and we tell them to optimize for our audience. So it knows our audience, it knows what we want to write like, so you end up with a post. If you really knew the marketing like we do, you can kind of tell, but the average person has no idea that's what we're doing because it feels personable. What we don't do is go, ChatGPT, write me a post to advertise Cider and Sausage Festival. We don't do that. We'll write into it. What it does is proofread. So you don't end up with posts going out with spelling mistakes. Ugh, can't get my words out today. Spelling mistakes. You don't get posts going out that aren't in the right context for the right platform. What we also do is we'll get it to do one for Instagram, one for Facebook. Very different. I don't think people understand that. The wording that goes on Instagram has very different impacts to what goes on Facebook. On Instagram, you need big chunky headlines because many people don't read the blurbs on Instagram. It's, okay, what's that picture? What does that mean? Whereas Facebook, people get drawn in and they want longer form reading content. So you have to give more wordy stuff to it, less big headlines, because Facebook looks a bit spammy when you put big chunky headlines. That's something we get ChatGPT to do for us, right?
Yeah.
Costs, it's about £9 a month. It's not a lot of money when it does what it does for you. And it saves so much time. Now, AI in our industry at the minute where it's gone the wrong way, I think, is AI food. Now, there is lots of restaurants, chefs that I know of, that they're posting amazing looking dishes and they're AI. Literally AI generated. And that's the scary part. I think we're going to get to a point where you turn up to a restaurant and you're going to think, oh wow, look at all this food. And it's nothing like what they're preparing because it's all generated by AI. Now that is scary for me because it's that good.
But surely that would be a disconnect from the authenticity side of it.
It will,
right?
but
Like,
it will drag
if
people
I see
in.
someone on social and I see this dish, and then when I sit here, maybe actually literally here, I'm like, hold on, that doesn't match.
Yeah.
You know, like is that because would that be the, or do you think it's going to get so good that actually people, by the time they've sat down, they're like, shit, I'm kind of in now.
Already, I know it's getting that good. Now, visually, you can't tell, but if you save it and throw it back through ChatGPT and say, is this AI? It will say yes. Yeah. So you know it's AI, but it doesn't look like it's AI. It's that good. It looks like a really good dish of food. There's one particular chef, and I think his last 70 posts, 50 of them have been AI. But it's like really deceiving almost. I mean, video AI, let's not get started on that. I think that's very scary. I'm sure at some point I'm going to be able to CGI Channing Tatum walking through my front door, taking his top off, having a cocktail at the bar, and people will think he's actually at my bar, right? I think that's the scary part. Where the authenticity is going to lie with that, you're almost going to be able to, if you got really good at it, simulate a fake restaurant where celebrities hang out and none of them have ever been there. And you know what celebrities do when you put their name to restaurants? It's interesting how it's going to play out. I'm sure some of the big boys have already started doing similar things.
I mean, there's a lot of talk in the marketing space about like what AI influencers, which is kind of what you were hinting at potentially. You know, these are completely artificially generated people that are developing an audience, right? And I think it's about, to an extent, from my view at least, yeah, you can run a business that way, but then you're not trying to be an authentic person behind the business, right? Yeah. I utilize AI to help with editing, to help with scripting, with help with posts, etc., in a similar way to you, but I'm still the one sat here talking to you today.
Yeah.
So it allows me to do the other things that actually I have to tangibly do.
Yeah.
Right? Regardless of how big the business is, you're still going to work with me. You know, I'm still going to be the one who has the conversation related to what we're doing with marketing, potentially what you're looking to achieve, how you're looking to achieve it, etc.
But you saved 2 hours last night.
But I saved two. Exactly.
Write out, well, without jumping off marketing, job descriptions. Yeah. You can go onto ChatGPT now and say, can you write me out a job description for my new assistant manager that I've just employed? Please use all relevant sources online to give me a relevant job description. It will then send it to me. All you have to do is then read it through, make sure that you are happy with it, and then you've got a job description. Yeah. 5 years ago, it had taken me 3 hours to write out an assistant manager's job description. We're doing it now in 10 minutes. Yeah. Like, that's the big thing, I think. We're probably slightly more protected as well. Sorry to jump in again, but in hospitality, if you are really good at hospitality, you're never going to replace that with AI. There will be a point in some fast casual food dining settings, a robot will serve you. It won't be long. It's already happening. We went to Japan for my honeymoon last year, and a robot served us. Really odd. I didn't see the human the whole time I was there. Took my order, brought my food, cleared my table. Literally came over and said, have you finished, sir? I said, yes. Said, please put your plate on me. So you put the plate and it goes off. Really odd. That is not too far away. but no hospitality. Hospitality for me is escape from AI, escape from technology, escape from digitalness. If we go out for a meal, myself and my wife both have very high profile jobs, working very hard. We want to get away from our phones, get away from our laptops, and go and connect, go and have a human, have a conversation, see someone, do something different, not be served by a robot. So it's certainly not something that everybody's going to do, but you're going to end up with this real kind of interesting space where those that are in the mid sector to low sector will get gobbled up by the big boys because they'll just put robots on play, right? Our biggest cost in this industry is wage, by a long way. 5-6% more than what we spend on food and drink is spent on a wage on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
So if I could have loads of robots running around and I felt it wouldn't affect my business, then of course I'm going to do that. I spend 10 grand on a robot. It never phones in sick. Never tells me he's got a hangover. Never tells me he can't come to work today because his child's had to come off school, right? That's going to have a big benefit for some of the big boys. But then that's going to leave a really interesting space for people like ourselves that will never go down that route to be the personal touch to the industry and really have that as kind of a hyper differentiation to the main kind of norm is actually, I don't want to be served by a robot today. Let's go to the old mill. We're going to have a human service. And I think that's only 5 years away. I know it sounds pretty
Crazy
futuristic.
concept, a human carries
I
its
think 5 years away, your big chain fast food places, maybe not the full service, but I imagine the food will be brought out. I imagine the tables will be cleared by them. It will be kind of a little system running around with little lines on the floor, and all the tables will be symmetrically placed in square grids, and there'll just be robots running up and down, and you'll probably have a few humans to oversee and maybe say thank you when you leave. And that's scary. But
I don't think it's the same environment though, as you were mentioning. I think it's it's horses for courses. You know, it's one is efficiency for efficiency's sake, and it's kind of the cheap and maybe the middle. Potentially, it blends in when it becomes really efficient, right? But if you're still the experience, the entertainment, a lot more reasons than just necessarily the dining. Of course, the dining, but also then the extra stuff that we've already discussed in this episode alone. Then you're still going to be there. You know, you're still going to be the reason why someone comes through the door for that, because they want to hear how X member of staff has got on, because when they were last in, they talked about the fact they were actually studying on the side to do whatever it ends up being, those micro stories, those people connection stories. And I think AI is an accelerator if you choose how to use it, but it shouldn't be replacing you. I think you should use it in the same way you would sharpen a knife before you use it to cut, right? Yeah. In the same way you should train AI to do the jobs that would be grunt, would be, I can edit this podcast in a third of the time now because of AI. I press one button, it does most of the transitions for me. I need to check it, just double check it. I need to do that nuance, but the bulk of it can be done with one click. And I think that's the opportunity, right? A lot of people in my industry are pushing back against it. Go, I'm not going to do that.
But why? That's the question I'd ask them. Why? What are you scared of? Yeah. Because if you're not doing it, you're going to be left behind. And I think we've touched on the fact that we're kind of going to separate ourselves in the higher space where personal touch is going to be so important, but we can also charge the price that allows us to afford keeping the team on. Where the restaurants are going to struggle is where they step back from, I don't want to use robots, but then everybody else that starts using them will be able to then reduce their price point or not have to put their prices up. You're going to have people stuck in the same sector as the robots, doing the same food with the same ambience, the same everything else, but they can't get the price up to the level because they look expensive comparative to sounds crazy saying it, the robot restaurants, right? I think that's something that I would be very worried about if we didn't think ahead. Like we were talking about this 5 years ago. I actually had the very conversation with our kind of POS software provider. I wanted it to be as intuitive as possible because I don't want my team to have to be taken away from serving customers.
But also I think it gives you that focus, right? Like if you know you've got those processes that are being optimized by AI for your socials, etc., that you can then focus on, okay, all right, we're talking to Johnny today. I can focus on what I need to do for the prep. I can use ChatGPT to help me with the prep, but then I can just solely focus on this. So it gets the technology out of the way in some way. So my job specifically, it gets the technology out of the way. In the same way with you, there'll be elements with your team where technology can help when it comes to taking orders, etc., etc., etc. I can see a world where a human still serves you, but they're wearing a microphone that can capture the order request, and then it can go to the kitchen instantly, right? Rather than, and then maybe I'm being pedantic, right? But it saves that 20-second walk, and then the person can focus on actually, oh, how are you? You know, that customer service element, and not worried about what would you like, sir?
Yeah,
You know? And they can focus on the recommendation of the wine, they can so on, because they're not thinking, oh my God, I've got to remember this thing from the start of the conversation, back to when I go to the kitchen to tell the team what to actually create, you know?
And it removes human errors.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, whether you want to admit it or not, AI makes less mistakes than humans, right? And again, without jumping around, there's a reason why they're looking at AI doctors, right? Because they're going to have information on the medical science in the world, and every doctor that's ever made a thesis on anything is going to be available like that to AI. The best doctor in the world can't do that. And I think that's, you've got to embrace it. Can't be scared of it, because you'll just get left behind, because it's happening. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go too deep, but when the www boom came in the early 90s, everyone, no, it'll never happen, it'll never happen, it'll never happen. That was a slow process, because everyone had to go out and buy computers, you had to have internet, you had to have all of that, right? The only thing stopping AI going probably 10 times further than it is today is the human mind saying no. The technology's there. We've all got iPhones, Samsungs, Pixars, whatever you've got in your pocket, right? You can do it. It's just the embrace, right?
Yeah.
And the more we use it, the more it learns, the more it adapts, the quicker it's going to go. And the improvement in ChatGPT in the last 12 months is scary, right? Yeah. And I think, especially in the leading kind of industries, you're going to see a big shift to AI being the only thing they do. And then that will feed down and down and down, right? And yeah, we understand it. We've been speaking about it since 2022, right? We've had it there in our back mind. What can we do to improve and, as you say, be more efficient? QR code ordering is something that we use a lot of, because it brings back the time.
Yeah.
If someone's sat in the garden, gets their time back, they don't have to go and stand at the bar and queue. They just order on the QR code, comes onto the till, it's printed, it's paid for, we can take it out to you. Yeah. That saves so much time, right?
But also in then, you're actually creating a better customer experience, which in turn means they're more likely to come back, which in turn means they're more likely to enjoy their time. Yeah, so of course, when it works, right?
That's the key factor, is you've got to make it intuitive, you've got to make it seamless, you've got to make it easy to use, not friction. It should feel like you're doing them a favour, not the other way around. And I think that is how you frame it. Guys, we're using technology because your life's going to be more enjoyable, you're going to have a better experience, not we're lazy, we can't be bothered to serve you. Because it's not that. Like, it's just, I think using it to your advantage. I mean, your editing software for your videos, I think it's the prime point there, right? Yeah. Is your video any better now because you use it? Probably not. You can probably do it the same, right? But you've done it in a third of the time. Yeah. So now you can do 3 times the work, right? Yeah. You can edit 3 videos in the same period.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm not in a position where it's a choice of I can do this or this. I can now do this, this, and this, because each section takes less time. Yeah. The product is identical, pretty much, because I'm still going to go through it, I'm still going to tweak that nuance, etc. It's not that I'm not editing it, it's just the grunt work of, okay, camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, camera 4, camera 1, all the way through, is done in 20 seconds. You know, that used to take me 2 hours. So I'm cutting 2 hours to 20 seconds. Yeah. So it allows me to then, focus on, okay, actually, technically you're talking, but my reaction was really good there. Okay, so let's swap back to me, even though you're still talking, right? So I can then focus on that nuance, because also I'm not, in my head, I'm also not creatively kind of fatiguing, because I've been looking, oh my God, I've been looking at this interview 2 hours, right? Yeah. And I think it's also like you can focus on the other elements, and then also you can just increase your volume, because it's an efficiency thing as well. But let's cover everything I wanted to cover. I mean, is there anything specifically you wanted to talk about or shout out, etc.?
No, I don't think so. I think it's been a really great chat, to be fair. I think those that are in business will know that it is hard at the minute. But I don't know a single person that's talking like we've spoke today that's complaining. Because that's the kind of the key, I think. If you're complaining, you're not thinking, you're not changing, right? You're complaining. Stop bloody complaining and just look what you can change in your own business, in your own life to be better, because it's not going to change in the macro, right? Complaining is not going to stop the Labour changing any of the crazy wage bills they want to put on us. It's probably going to happen again in April, right? We all know that. But we're already factoring that in. We're like, okay, what can we do different in 12 months? What can we do different in 6 months, 3 months, 2 months? Not, oh, it's happened, what am I going to do now? Because it's just too late then, right? You get to the point where something's already gone wrong, it's, what can you do, right?
I think it's also about focusing on what you can control, outside of, like, the government's going to change what the government's going to change. Yeah, cool, it affects you, but you can't control what they're going to change necessarily. Like, really, yeah, you can write to your MP, yeah, you can try and lobby, etc. But like tangibly day to day, all you can do is focus on your output, focus on your marketing, and focus on your costs and your sales. Right? They're the four sectors of business that you should focus on, and you should continue to focus on those. Right? Yeah. How can you provide more value to your customers or your clients? How can you increase the likelihood that you're going to get more clients or customers? And then how can you retain or make more sales from the ones you have, right? So whether it's adding more value or thinking about a model differently or adding a retainer service, so you've got more, as we just opened the episode with, look at a returned income rather than project gap, you know, and actually if you've got some retainers, especially as a marketer, then you can take on the odd few projects as well. So then you've got an even better month, but your baseline is going to be at a certain level because of those retainers. But then also it removes the stress, so you can do other elements, like you can focus on your marketing more, you can focus on your systems more, etc. I mean, what would you say to people as a final passing bit of advice, maybe who are, or yourself 10 years ago, what advice would you give to that person if they were going into business today?
As a business owner, I think it's very easy. Put all the systems and processes and people in place so that you don't have to work in your business. Because if you're in your business and you're doing all of the stuff, there could be AI that gets it to do all of the stuff you don't want to do, but you need to be having conversations that bring sales in. You need to be having conversations that are getting new customers. If you're not doing that as a business owner, you've got a job. You're not in the business. That's, yeah, I think my biggest advice and something I've been able to do in the last few years and why I think we're where we are now. I don't pour pints. I don't cook. I know how to. I don't. I've got people that do that because as soon as I start pulling pints or I'm in the kitchen, I'm not marketing, I'm not growing, I'm not out there looking at what we can do to be better in the future. It's a lot easier to find a chef than it is to find someone that can do all the stuff that I know I'm brilliant at. And most business owners are going to be the best salesperson in their business, the best marketeer, because they know it inside out, right? Yeah. But they just get so tied up, and I get it. You're a one-man band plumber, but you're only ever going to be that level. If you've got aspirations of being a full-on business owner that can be on a beach 4 or 5 times a year, and not having to be worrying you've got income coming in while you sleep, which is the dream for everybody, right? You've got to put the people to do the job that you are currently doing and then focus on how you bring customers and sales in to pay their way.